Well. What do we have here? It's no longer a solo show. Xbox 2 actually is back with all of its day one members, including me, the host, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. We are here, and Jez is with me as always. What's going on, Jez? Did you miss me? It's been 2 weeks.
Well, man, I missed you.
Yeah.
I missed you. I have to say, I really do like doing the solo shows, but just trying with my bro Rand and having someone to bounce off of. It's different, man. It's different in a good way.
Sure.
So yeah, I've missed you, bro. Thanks for rescuing me from having a.
From what? Doing it? What if I would have told you today when I was like, hey, can't do the show today? Would you have been like, God damn it? Because when you get like that, you're like, every time that happens, right? Be like, Jez will be like, do you still like doing the podcast? Be like, well, yeah, if I didn't want to, I just quit. But
well, actually, I actually scheduled a replacement for you this week.
Did you?
In case you weren't going to be able to make it. So I kindly asked John Mechanico if he would join me this Friday. But let him know earlier that his services were not required. But John is going to join us for Xbox 2+1 next week instead, and I'm going to jump on day one podcast with them probably next week or maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, interesting.
But yeah, we're back.
Interesting because you get John from day one, aka Xbox era, but he always is never there when they invite me. When Special Nick invites me to join them and I join them, John is nowhere to be found. He's it's like he doesn't like me anymore, which is fine. Not everybody's gonna like everybody, but
well, day one, they're a PlayStation website now,
sure,
so
the Nintendo website,
Nintendo and PlayStation first website now, so it's. I guess it's kind of awkward for them to associate with the Xbox riffraff.
Sure. We as much as John likes to pretend it's all Xbox. I mean, he dyed his mohawk green, but we all know it really should have been dyed PlayStation blue, right?
Or maybe half blue and half red.
Yeah, we know what it really is. So what have you?
I've got a confession though, Rand. Maybe I should dye my hair red because I bought a Nintendo Switch, bro.
Yeah, I heard about this. You bought a Nintendo Switch. I saw your tweet to Donataku, and who did not talk crap to you, and I was like, dude, talk your smack. Let's go.
Yeah, I was worried. I was like, this is Donataku's perfect runway to talk smack, but he didn't. He was gracious and supportive, and then I was sitting there thinking, man, maybe Nintendo people are actually just nicer people. Maybe I should become a Nintendo influencer.
Dude, I don't get it. You literally got a Switch 2 over a remaster of a remake. Not even a new game, just Star Fox again for what, the third time? Really?
Nostalgia
Star Fox
is a hell.
Star Fox, really?
Yeah.
That's the game that's gonna pull you and be like, I think I need to spend 500 or how much? How much was the Switch 2? How much did you pay for it?
350 euros. The 350 euros in dollaroos is what? Let's ask Copilot. It's $406 US.
So it's actually cheaper. Well, I thought the Switch 2 here in the US is 500, isn't it? Or is it 450?
I honestly don't know, but I did see they were putting up the prices later after the summer. I saw Star Fox revealed, or Lilac Wars, as it's known in the United Kingdom. Lilac Wars, hugely nostalgic for me, and then they got Super Metroid popping off. It just pulled me back, man. I was just like, there's too much nostalgia I'm leaving on the table here if I don't buy this now, and it's gonna be more expensive later. So I just YOLO'd it, man. I YOLO'd it right into the sun. I was just like, I'm not going to deprive myself of this nostalgia. And even though I'm only going to use the Switch for maybe 1 or 2 games a year, if that, I'm going to get me some Lilac Wars and I'm going to relive my childhood. That's what gaming's all about, man.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, look what happens when I leave the podcast for a couple of weeks. We got Jez buying hardware he's never going to use. And it's probably a game he won't even beat. That's the worst part about it, is he's gonna get Star Fox whenever it comes out, which I think is soon, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like actual soon, like in a couple months.
June, I think,
something like
like
that.
that.
And he's
It's
gonna
not far
play
off.
it. He'll post some clips on Twitter for the Twitter engagement for that Elon sweet Elon money, and then
For like the what, $4? Yeah,
and
fucking-tastic.
then he won't beat it. They'd be like,
I bought a
"Hey,
glass. I bought a glass of whiskey the other day in a restaurant that cost $8.
jeez, $8."
So, so I was sitting there thinking, like, Star Fox costs like 3 or 4 whiskeys, 5 whiskeys maybe. You know, so it's Star Fox or a bunch of whiskeys, and the whiskeys just get pissed out. But Star Fox, Star Fox is forever, baby.
Star Fox is,
Star
I
Fox is
guess,
forever.
forever.
But
Nintendo
it's
bringing back storied franchises, which I guess is also one of Xbox's new goals, according to its new
apparently
CFO. Let's talk about that real quickly before we get into all the minutia of the show, since we're kind of bringing up storied franchises. Asha made some more leadership changes.
He did.
And the one that everybody seems to be talking about is she hired Matthew Ball, analyst of the video game industry, quite well respected, not only by Microsoft and PlayStation and Nintendo, but everybody in the industry seems to very much respect this man's opinion. And like every year he writes, I'm not exactly sure the name of his, like he puts out this like 280 page PowerPoint presentation. Yeah.
The State of Video Gaming
State
in
of Video
current
Game.
year
There
by
we
Matthew
go.
Ball.
Yes.
Epilion Analysts. That's who he worked for, and that's how he became more well known in our universe.
So he decided to take a full-time position at Xbox as part of Asha's reorg, I guess. Out with the old, in with the new, as they say. And he is, what is his title? Chief Strategy Officer, I believe, is what he is now. And I definitely saw a lot of people commending this hire, like, oh my god, he's such a smart dude. And then he kind of went out and he said that his focus is going to be on, bringing console back, right? Making console a success, which who knows what that looks like. Because he's been talking about these things in his State of Gaming stuff, and while he hasn't outright said like console's dying, he just mentioned like, it's sort of slowing or whatever. And I sort of wonder is he like, when he talk about increasing console, which is always music to my ears, and I'm sure everybody who is a console gamer's ears being like, that's this thing that it really seemed like Xbox moved away from, where it was like console was the most important thing until it wasn't. And then when it wasn't, it stopped getting updates, and Xbox seemed much more interested in their mobile push or their PC push or this thing over there and that thing in the corner. And, the console, which was the driver of their business, was just like sitting in a corner, and people were like, well, wait a minute, this is still important, is it not? And I was like, well, yeah, you guys are still important, but on the priority list, you're way down. He wants to revitalize it as part of like Asha's whole initiative of what, like bring back Xbox, right? That whole thing, or the return of Xbox, I think, is the mantra. And also, the other thing he mentioned, so you say this. It'd be interesting to really like pick his brain about what do you mean by like success of consoles, bringing it back. Are we talking about like expansion to China, other areas where console isn't really got us like there's like room for growth, and maybe some like Latin countries and stuff? Are we talking about places outside of like North America? We talking about that, or what is success for Xbox? Because like when you think about in the position Xbox is in right now, with like Helix coming up and the potential price point it could launch at, which people are talking about $1,000 considering the memory shortage and stuff, and it's like, well, that doesn't really seem like a great price to launch a mass market device. And it's like, and the console has been declining for what, like every single quarter for the past 2 years, it seems like. So you sort of wonder what is success of the console look like to Microsoft? You know what I mean, Jez? I don't know. Do you have any?
Yeah, it's really interesting, because I did write an article that sort of went through his most recent report, the state of the game industry, and sort of inferred like what are some of the biggest key points here, like based on some of the things he was saying. And he's not exactly optimistic
Yeah,
for the
that
state
that
of
was kind
console
of that was
industry.
the kind of the vibe I got from, because I remember,
Yeah,
I think the first person who introduced me or like put me on to Matthew Ball was Phil. I remember talking to Phil, and
yeah.
he
Phil
he
put me
was
on
like,
to
"Hey,
Matthew Ball
you
as well.
should, if you want to learn more about the games industry, you should check out Matthew Ball, and here's his whole thing." And I'd be like, "Okay, cool." And I remember like we talked. I think me and you have talked about it because like you were, reading some of the stuff, but like he was, yeah, he wasn't that optimistic about console, and I will say he's definitely not a fan of Game Pass. It seemed like, because he kind of felt like
No,
Xbox was cannibalizing itself
well,
with day one game, which is a conversation for another thing, another time. But just sticking on this one here, continue with what you're talking about.
I was just gonna say like I spoke to a bunch of people about Matthew Ball over the last week. It's kind of frustrating actually because now we've got two Matthew B's, Ball and Booty,
Yeah,
right?
Matt
Like you
Booty,
said.
and yeah, interesting.
Yeah, Ball and Booty, and we got two Matt B's, and Matt's a pretty common name, but now we've got two Matt B's, just to
I
further
mean,
confuse things.
I'm a Matt.
Um, yeah, I feel inconvenienced, but
I'm
from
not
an
a Matt
SEO
B,
perspective,
but I'm a Matt. I'm a
yeah,
Matt.
you are a Matt. I forgot that you
Yeah,
are a Matt. Um, but God damn, why is everyone calling their kids Matt? Like, come up with something original,
Matthew's a
you
great
know?
name. Great name.
Like like
Great
like
people
Jez.
have Matthew as their name.
Hmm, I
You
guess.
don't really see a
But
lot of people named Jez. That's
no,
a
you
very
don't.
unique name.
The only guy that I know of called Jez is this guy from a British comedy called Peep Show, who's a bit of a loser.
Mm, hmm.
I was like, yep, that scans. But anyways, Alpha Larry chat says he's a Matt B as well.
There we
Oh, and
go.
I
Hands
I
up for
used
the
to have a
Matt B's
colleague,
in chat. Let's go.
Matt Matt Brown on Windows Central,
Look
another
at
Matt
Matt
B.
B's everywhere.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him in years. Matt Brown from Windows Central managed to escape the video game industry, and he went to work in pharmaceuticals. Lucky for him. But anyways, I digress. So I have spoken to people about Matt Ball and his reporting and stuff like that, and one of the things that people have said to me like about Matthew Ball is and his reports is like it's different from when you're on the outside looking in, right? Like when now that he's part of Xbox, he'll be privy to information that he wasn't privy to before, privy to metrics that he wasn't privy to before necessarily, and
I, I,
but no, hang on, let me finish. And furthermore, like it's I don't want to be a downer, but it's also a very sort of it's a different universe when you can identify a problem. Like we sit here as podcasters and we identify the problems with Xbox, right? But could we execute on solutions to fix those problems?
probably
It's a very
not.
different yeah. It's a very it's a
We
very
might have
different skill
ideas. Some
set.
ideas might be stupid once we get in there and look at the books and what you
Yeah,
need, targets you need to hit, and all that stuff. We're like, well,
exactly.
ignore what I just said.
It's like politicians on the campaign trail. Like they always say, like, "Oh, we hear you. We're going to fix all these problems," and then they get in government and they see the books and they see what money they've got available and what constraints they've got to work through, and it's like, well, actually, we can't deliver on any of these promises that we promised on the campaign trail. And I think to some degree, Matt Ball is going to hit some of those walls, right? So, like for example, in his report, um he talks about how like exclusives or the kind of traditional exclusives that we talk about, like the single player, the single player story games that PlayStation seems to focus on, and which PlayStation has internally announced will no longer come to Steam, which to me, at least to some degree, is them trying to head off Helix at the
Well, that,
past
yeah, I
to
mean,
some
I
degree.
think Digital Foundry said something like that. Like it's a defensive measure, which I mean,
Yeah, it's like a fuck you to Helix. Like that kind of shows like it would be a whole thing if Microsoft could sit there and say like, hey, you can get all the PlayStation games on this system now. So it did kind of feel like they're heading that off at the past for one thing, but it also like says in his report that only 7% of I'm paraphrasing it. It was either 7% of playtime hours or 7% of spend went on like new annualized games. Like the vast majority of games spending and time is spent in these either service ongoing kind of games, right? These service games and all that kind of thing. So it's kind of like he identifies the problem. So and some people could look at that and think like that. Well, that's not if you need like as much eyeballs as possible, maybe that's an argument to go broad and multi-platform. But like you could also look at it the other direction. You could also look at it the other direction where it's like what you said on the last show you were here in attendance was, is the juice worth the squeeze? Could not like Halo and Gears serve as marketing vehicles for your ecosystem as opposed to like trying to get raw, money out of this stuff? It should be like part of the marketing spend, I think. But I don't know. I suppose like basically what I'm saying is his role as chief strategy officer will differ immensely from his role as an external analyst, I think.
Sure. So. I also think, as I'm pretty sure, he's been consulting with Xbox on Game Pass and other things for a while. So like when you mentioned like he has data that, well, yeah, he's like now part of Microsoft, so he had access to everything, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he didn't have access to some stuff previously, considering I'm pretty sure he consulted with Xbox on stuff.
Sure, but like will he have access to Xbox player sentiment data?
Yeah, maybe not.
Brand equity data,
maybe not. But now we will. Right? So it's like, I mean, it is exciting as someone who is a console user, console heathen, as they say, where you kind of felt like
you are a heathen.
Yes. You sort of felt like, at least with Phil and Sarah, that like the console didn't matter at all to them. Like they barely ever talked about it, and it was like it's just a means to an end. Right, where it was like whatever, and it felt like it was just, I don't want to use the term like sunset, but it felt like maybe the end would come at some point because they were focused on these other things of expanding their reach in other ways. Right. Whereas like, hey, this is like an Xbox.
They were doing the bare minimum.
They have an ad campaign to tell people, being like, you can play all of our stuff on a thing that's not this thing that you should buy, but whatever. Like we've beaten that horse to death, and
we've beaten that pony into paste.
Yeah. Now you have like Asha's making like the return of Xbox and how important the console is to her, and Matt Ball saying the same thing, even though like his analyst stuff that we've seen before kind of was like is not like the super optimistic, being like, hey, consoles are doing so great. But then there's the other aspect of like Xbox, which I did hear people did tell me, Jez, that you've made a bet.
Yeah, I did.
That not only did you make a bet, but then I saw people coming out and saying that you said things that you had to come out and debunk straight up and be like, I never said this. On one of your solo shows, I think you said something along the lines of, if the next Halo or Gears after E-Day, or like the after Halo Remake Halo 1 Remake, if those hit PlayStation, you would shave off your beard, which is a big thing if you know Jez, because he's got his. Oh
no, I did say that.
Right, that's
the thing. The thing I debunked. Yeah, I did say that. The thing I debunked was like some people. It often happens, and I think it's like when AI is used to translate things I say, to be honest.
Sure.
When AI is used to translate things I say, the context is missing or it gets clipped without context. Some people took me saying that I would shave my beard off as confirmation.
Confirmation
that Halo is not coming to PlayStation in the future. Now, I definitely do not know what the plan is for Halo 7 or Halo 8 or whatever Halo we call it now. I do not know what the plan is. And I would argue that potentially maybe Microsoft itself doesn't know what the plan is yet, because Ash is still working through everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what their plans are as of right now. However, you have to kind of look at the way all this is going. It would be a sad state of affairs, right? And we're going to talk about this in a bit. It would be a sad state of affairs if Xbox has this whole player voice thing. The number one upvoted piece of feedback is we want exclusives, and then they don't deliver it.
Well,
that'd be absolutely insane own goal. I think they knew it was going to be the most upvoted piece of feedback. And I think they knew that what would ultimately happen here is they would end up with data that they can take to Satya and Amy and say, look, this is the spreadsheet which proves we need to do this. Because as we've said before, Microsoft's a data-driven company, for better or worse. And there needs to be a screenshot of a spreadsheet that someone is going to be able to use to hold their plans accountable. And I really think this is why they've put it together like this. They've made the player voice thing to spreadsheetify the plans that they already kind of had. So that's my prediction, based on nothing. My prediction is that the next Halo will be exclusive, based on sort of the fact that they're doing all this stuff. And if it isn't, then it's kind of like the dumbest own goal in history, where they've teased all this exclusive stuff,
well, you know,
and then they don't do it.
It's not like it's gonna Halo 2 remake or whatever game is next after Halo 1, which presumably one would think is probably Halo 2, because I'm not sure they could get Halo Next out the door afterwards. So I would imagine the next Halo, well, then again, I mean, it could be a side project, but they haven't done any really side projects of Halo, so it's kind of like, it's probably Halo 2 if I had to bet money, you know? And it would be odd. I would say it would be, it would, like, I'm gonna just finish what I was gonna say. It would be odd if Xbox would put Halo 1 on PlayStation and then not put Halo 2 on there. Now, granted, like, anything can happen in between, maybe to determine that, like, putting these games everywhere is not the best, especially if you're Matthew Ball and you're out here saying, like, the success of the console is important to you and you need to sell the console in other places, and it's like, well, is it going to be difficult to sell the console if it doesn't have anything worth buying it for? You know what I mean? Like,
there is.
If you can get all the content somewhere else, plus those, like, PlayStation or Nintendo's content with it, like, why would you get Xbox in that sense? So it makes one wonder. And, like, you know, Xbox, they shifted even under Phil. It was like, we bought these publishers. We're all about exclusives. I mean, remember, that was one of the
Xbox
exclusives. We'll talk about the Bungie situation in Destiny 2, but I distinctly remember when all that stuff was going down about how, like, Xbox was talking to Bungie about an acquisition. And this was before Bethesda and before Activision, because I think Bungie was actively selling themselves. And I remember hearing this, and I don't know how true this is. It could be just a bunch of bullshit, but I remember hearing, like, one of the reasons that I think Microsoft walked away or didn't want to was that they wanted exclusivity on whatever Bungie would make, and Bungie was against that.
I never heard that.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. Is this something I heard at some point? It's probably not true, but it's just, I'm saying,
if it is true, you know everything.
Yeah, sure. It's just kind of funny to, like, where you went from, like, they bought all these studios for exclusivity and for Game Pass and stuff, and then eventually it's like, no, we're all fully multi-platform. And then here we are with new leadership that might pivot back to being exclusive after a couple years of multi-platform. It's like, it's interesting times, to say the least. Now, the other thing I did see that you tweeted, and you caused quite a stir, which also has to kind of deal with Matthew Ball, is Matthew Ball is not the biggest fan of Game Pass, if you read his stuff. He's not a fan of Xbox cannibalizing games with day one stuff. And now he's chief strategy officer. And you did put out a poll asking if, like, if you had to choose Xbox fans, which one would you rather have? Exclusives or day one games? Mm-hmm. And the poll was pretty close. I think you had about, for one of your polls that actually didn't have that many votes, I was surprised. Tell us what it is right now. So, what did the poll ended up being?
The poll was basically, like you said, do you want to, if you had to choose between exclusives or day one games and Game Pass, and, sorry, I'm joking. If you had to choose between them, what would you pick? And I think right now it's 65% or 60% ish for exclusives and 40% for day one games.
And how many votes are on it?
1,500, 1,600.
That's not really a lot of votes for you though. You get, I don't know, maybe that. I usually see you get more votes on polls you do, but that one's seemed quite low. But either way, so it's like 60-40, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, it made some people angry. I did see that, but it does make you wonder. Like with Matthew Ball joining the team, are they gonna revisit what Game Pass is? I mean, we've already seen them take Call of Duty out of Game Pass for day one. They tried that for 2 iterations, and we're like, nope, not working. Not working. Not only for Game Pass, and also not working for COD. So let's get rid of it. I sort of wonder, is there any movement there? Would he come in, get like the full data set, and be like, okay, well, this reinforces my initial opinion, and now I can maybe even make a better argument about why maybe we should move away from this? Or now I actually have all the information, and it's not as bad as I think, and we should, you know what I'm like?
Totally.
I guess the question is like, is it too early to expect a change in regards to how Xbox operates Game Pass? And the reason I bring it up is because the dude is, fairly high play. I mean, he's chief strategy officer, so one of the first things I thought of was like, well, he's not a big fan of Game Pass. Does that mean like things might change?
The thing is
that?
though, like, if you actually read his thing, it's not that he's not a fan. In fact, like, you could read it another way. You have to remember, some of this stuff that he puts out there, it's not necessarily his opinion. It's more like him looking at the data and describing the facts as they are, right? So you could look at the data that he's presented, and you could take it as, instead of like Game Pass is cannibalizing sales, you could also take it as such that Game Pass is one of the few growth vectors that Xbox has right now, because he doesn't necessarily say that boxed game sales are down because of Game Pass. He describes other things as being eating into traditional games. So he literally talks about OnlyFans, young men spending money on OnlyFans tips instead of games. He talks about free to play and people just being contented to not spend money at all, which, ties into ads and stuff. But he also talks about, mobile games, eating into that stuff. So it's not like when he's talking about like the decline of game sales, he's not necessarily talking about day one games, because you have to remember the day one games on Game Pass is a feature unique to 30 million Xbox users. That's not enough. That's not enough to eat into PlayStation, the trends on PlayStation, because this is a trend that's true on PlayStation as well, which, as we know, doesn't have day one games on PlayStation Plus. So you could take it like the other way, that, oh, they've got to keep day one games because it's the only way that they can actually extract some money and actually get people who buy games or experience traditional core games in a universe where Roblox and Fortnite and whatever else is eating up all the money. And we can't just necessarily infer that Game Pass is the reason for this decline, because it's happening across the whole industry, not just Xbox. But I don't know.
Do you know what's crazy? I happened to look at the tweet that Xbox put out about GTA today, a wish list.
Yeah.
It's got 14 million views on here.
14 million.
And they posted it this morning at like, what, 4 hours ago? Man, GTA pulling them numbers. Like, that's those is an impressive reach there. Now, the other thing, or the last thing,
Xbox has some hype right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it has some, with Forza Horizon 6 doing as well as it is. There's,
Well, I've even seen like some mainstream sort of content creators talk about Xbox in a positive way, and it's something I haven't seen in years. Like some of the really big commentary channels talking about Xbox and actually having like some sense of optimism about what Asher's doing, and that she's saying the right moves, and it kind of drives home the point to me and about the way gaming is now. How much of it is a hype driven thing, more than ever. Back in the day, you could market your game through to traditional channels, do a bit of marketing and maybe have some magazine features and that kind of thing. But these days it's like you can't really buy that hype. You have to deliver it genuinely through your actions, because a lot of these like sort of commentary channels and these, I suppose, influencers, you can buy some of them, but a lot of the really big ones you can't buy them, and they shape public opinion at a disproportionate clip compared to the way things used to be. So you have to do it through your actions, and it does seem like whatever Xbox is doing seems to be working right now. But I'm still skeptical, bro.
Yeah.
I'll have to wait and see.
Well, what would turn that skepticism into what would take it to kill your skepticism?
Oh, that's probably part of a longer conversation, but
okay,
maybe we should do some housekeeping before we move on to that.
Yeah, well, there's one more aspect of the Matthew Ball thing I wanted to talk about.
Go on.
He wanted one of his other missions is to essentially revive storied franchises, which
go on.
I
use your words.
I feel like this is a thing that always happens when like new leadership team comes in and they mention certain things that they know fans want to hear. Because Phil did this too back when he took over, and like we ended up, it was like Phantom Dust, which ended up getting canceled, and then it was like a remaster of the thing, and it was like Voodoo Vince as a remaster, and then it was like years later until they took Fable out of the cryo freeze, and it's still not even out yet. They announced it in 2020, and it's like it's coming. And Perfect Dark, storied franchise, and well, we all know what happened to Perfect Dark. It got canceled after being announced in 2020. I always feel like there's certain things that like executives say to get fans excited, and like that's one of them. And I'm not saying Matthew Ball is like not being truthful about like his goals or whatever, because yeah, like revive storage franchise is awesome. Xbox has a ton, not only just in Xbox's library, but like Bethesda's and Activision's. But I was even thinking, and because you know what it is, like because I immediately started getting like DMs from people and stuff, and the Banjo Bros are back in force. Because like they see that and it's like stored franchise return, and I'm just like, because you think about what he could potentially mean. Like, all right, well, we brought back Fable, right? Fable was one of the biggest franchises they had during the 360 era, like OG Xbox era. It's been gone, basically an entire generation, but it was always big. Like when you talk about like tiers of franchises, like Forza and Halo and Gears were always bigger, but Fable was always like right there. So I was like, okay, well that actually has a user base. People love open world RPGs. I mean, you just look at Cyberpunk and Witcher and like Kingdom Come Deliverance and Crimson Desert. Like there is a big market for open world RPGs if done right. So it makes total sense. Perfect Dark also has a legacy, even if it's like not the legacy only really exists on like the Nintendo 64 or whatever. It's like, okay, well maybe they could Tomb Raider it. And, they brought even in Daryl Gallagher, who did do Tomb Raider, to kind of like, oh, let's see what happens, and it didn't go so well. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, well, I was thinking like, well, what games could he be talking about? What franchises? Like, are there any franchises that Xbox is sitting on that could be big deals? That have the reach? And I already know the Banjo Bros in chat are being like, Banjo, 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 Banjo. Like Paris is like sitting there like with his hand raised, Banjo, Banjo, right? And it's like, yeah, but there already was a Banjo game in development that got canceled. Not saying that they couldn't bring it back. I mean, maybe maybe the impediments of a Banjo game ever getting to full production has been removed. Maybe Phil didn't like Banjo, and he was the one standing in the way of it ever actually coming out because it really didn't make any sense. So you could, but I don't really think of Banjo as a storied franchise. Maybe that's just my biases coming out, right?
I'm gonna put you out of your misery and tell you what they're talking about right now.
Okay, what are they
talking about? Halo.
They're talking about Halo.
They are talking about Halo.
Really?
Halo is this. That's what I think anyway. Like I don't know for sure if they are, but they're talking about Halo. One thing I know that is a pretty sort of a point of raucous debate internally is the handling of the Halo franchise.
I mean, the handling of the Halo franchise has been pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Halo should be a lot bigger than it is, and that's something they've identified as a pain point internally. That Halo has all this potential, and it just hasn't managed to hit that potential for XYZ reasons. And this is also, like, I believe, and my personal analyses, is why they talk a lot about outsourcing, and there's a reason not many games get developed in Washington State. It just doesn't seem to be a particularly great place to develop games for whatever reason, right?
Okay.
I'd have to sort of do a bit more research into why, but I'm assuming it's local laws, like the costs involved. And Matt Ball in his analysis talks a lot about how a lot of the growth has come from outsourcing these days, and it's one of the reasons why I think like Microsoft quietly set up a studio in Poland not long ago, called Elsewhere Entertainment, to tap into that development environment. Like we talked about how Bloober Team, for example, they made Crimson. Oh man, not Crimson Desert. What's it called? Chronos. They made Chronos on a shoestring budget. Like, and Chronos is not a perfect game by any means, but it's absolutely fantastic, and it's like for what it is, and it cost a fraction of what developing a game in Washington State would cost, right? And I also think like this is probably going to tie in a little bit to like, issues some other companies have had developing games in Washington, But anyways, it's I think that's at least part of the problem. It's not the whole problem, sure, but it's part of the problem. And I do think they are talking about Halo when they are thinking about what franchises have the most untapped potential. You have to think about that, right? Dark Fox also mentioned Guitar Hero in chat.
I was thinking a lot of people.
That's another obvious one, right?
A lot of people focus on the Xbox library, and they focus on like Banjo, which, look, I love my Banjo Bros, and I want you to get your game, but like storied franchise, it is not. You know what I mean? Like, let's just get that right through here. And I really don't think Matthew Ball's coming out here and saying that, and then like his answer to the question is Banjo. Even though it might go over well with fans. But yeah, the Halo one makes sense because it has been mishandled. As much as I did like Halo Infinite, as much as everybody seemed to enjoy Halo Infinite, I mean, it didn't really have any post-launch content. We've been down that road, right? And I was trying to think of other games that he could be talking about. And like, there's the Activision stuff, and it's like, no, not Prototype. But I was like, Guitar Hero. But then I sit there and we've had this discussion before, Jez. I'd be like, what does a Guitar Hero look like in 2026? Let alone like maybe even if it comes out in a 2030, what does that even look like? Do people want plastic guitars?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. They've tried to bring it back. It really didn't work. It is a brand that people know and maybe have nostalgic memories for. Maybe that's what you play upon is nostalgia, but I'm not sure how that works. And I was thinking like, is there any other Xbox franchises? Crimson Skies. There's like one iteration of that. I was like, Brute Force, no. Lost Odyssey. Do you make a
maybe?
It's like, okay, well, do we go with a remaster, like a remake of the first one, just to see how much goodwill is out there for that game? I was like, Halo Wars. But, that would tie in with your Halo thing. Maybe you want to do more Halo stuff, right? We just saw the release of Lego Batman. Legacy of the Dark Knight, which seems like a love letter to the Batman games. And I always wondered, how come there's not a Lego Halo game or like a Mega Bloks Halo game? Like, there's so many like side things you could do as Halo as a franchise. Like, you have the RTS stuff, you have the actual games, but you could do other things too.
Killer Instinct.
That was another game I was thinking of, Killer Instinct. And I think there was a game in development. and I think it was canceled. So do you? That's the other thing. If you were thinking Killer Instinct and Banjo, 2 games I think were in development and ended up being canceled, do you then okay? So if we're gonna bring back Killer Instinct again, well, who do we have to? There's not a lot of fighting devs in the industry. And a lot of them are kind of, have their own things going on. It's like you have to find somebody. Yeah, they're busy. So it's like, okay. There were rumors that this, something like Shadowrun. There were rumors that there was a Shadowrun game being worked on.
Yeah, I don't think that's that's probably not what they're thinking of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even thinking of Bethesda, and it's like, does Bethesda have any, Dishonored? Is that something like
that? Might be one.
I don't know.
The point is, when you look at his analysis, he talks a lot about the industry coalescing and sort of aggregating around a sort of fewer mega franchises, right? So you have to look at the ones that actually have genuine potential. I think Halo is one of them. Halo has this potential. It's a hugely recognizable character. Even because it's in Fortnite, even little kids know Master Chief is. So even though it hasn't had a sort of blockbuster kind of zeitgeist busting kind of scale delivery in a long time, So to me, it's they're talking about Halo. They're talking about potentially, I think, things like maybe a Skylanders.
I was thinking that Skylanders.
Yeah, Skylanders. There's a whole generation.
You know what? Also, honestly, I was thinking this, and it could work. Viva Pinata. But Viva Pinata in a style of maybe Pokemon or Pokepiku or whatever. You know what I mean? Poke, whatever. Whatever it's called. I have no idea, but I'm just saying, I could see that potentially.
That'd be cool.
But I don't know if that's.
I personally really love Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something to be
I just love Nintendo games, and
Viva
Pokemon
Pinata would be the game you'd be yeah, but I imagine it's Halo because Forza Horizon doing bigger than ever. Fallout, they have their other games from they're all, but it really kind of seems like I always sort of feel like Gears might be trending in the right direction after 5. I think Gears E-Day will kind of take the franchise back up a little bit more,
Yeah, I got good feeling about that game.
Fable seems to be back, and it's like it really is just kind of Halo, and I don't know. We'll see. But I wanted to mention, see, Asha put a tweet out 5 minutes ago.
Oh,
countdown to Xbox Game Showcase, and it's behind the scenes shot of them filming the showcase.
Ooh.
She's got a picture there with her on the studio set. Studio set looks pretty nice. With the what do they call those things where they hold up the thing in front of it and be like, all right, action, and then I'm not sure what that is called, but
isn't it called a clapper?
Is it? I don't know, but either way,
you should know that.
I don't know.
You're the movie guy.
I'm a book guy. I'm not sure
Books
what that is. Somebody in chat
thing.
would have known, but
a clapper, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's a clapper.
Okay, it's a clapper. But yeah, they're filming
Someone
showcase. I guess
out. We are dumb.
They're filming showcase.
Well, Randy's dumb. I'm smart.
I'm dumb. I'm very dumb.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Randy's dumb, not me. I'm smart.
So, Jez, it's good to be back, isn't it? It's good to be back.
Yeah, it is. It's good. I'm glad to be back.
But with that said, let's do a little housekeeping. Thank you guys for hanging out with us on this beautiful Friday, May 22nd. This is episode 408 of the Xbox 2. Do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, all that good stuff. And this episode, I believe, is brought to everybody by Surfshark, right, Jez?
And it's absolutely fortuitous that we're talking about Surfshark today, because the game,
look at that, pulling that word right out of the fucking dictionary. I'm not sure I've ever heard Jez use the word fortuitous. Does he even know what that word means?
Of course I do. I am a professional writer, sir.
I am a writer. I know what fortuitous means.
I'm a professional writer, sir.
That's the first. Yeah, we've done 408 episodes of this, and that's the first time I've ever used that word.
I've said fortuitous before. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe you haven't.
I don't know. But it is fortuitous that we are talking about Surfshark VPN, because the one game I've been playing a lot of recently is Subnautica, which we'll talk about in a minute. And Subnautica has a lot of sharks in it. or at least creepy ass warped alien sharks. But anyway, yeah. Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one shield for private browsing. Do you want maximum internet privacy? Consider Surfshark VPN, this week's epic podcast sponsor. Whether you're streaming your favorite series, climbing the ranks in your go-to games, or just scrolling the latest trends, Surfshark keeps you covered with lightning-fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. For true internet freedom, Surfshark breaks down digital walls with ease. No more geoblock and no more limits. Unlock global content, explore without borders, and enjoy a smoother, cleaner web thanks to Surfshark's Clean Web feature, which blocks ads, trackers, and malware all before they slow you down. And with a strict no-logs policy and RAM-based servers, your activity stays exactly where it belongs, with you. Plus, Surfshark's advanced encryption wraps your personal data in serious protection, giving you total confidence every time you connect. So here's the offer. Xbox 2 podcast listeners get an incredible 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan that works out to just $2 a month. Take back your online freedom. Hit the link in the description to get started and search safely, search securely, and surf with Surfshark. There you go, Surfshark VPN. Fantastic service. Check it out. It supports us, supports the show, and supports yourself with fantastic privacy features.
Indeed, indeed. And we also have the wonderful members of the Patreon, which you just told me one day. By the way, I'm, you know, the line has to go up all the time for everything, everywhere. Everything's got to be more expensive. And I was like, yeah. Jez was like, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm like, excuse me? He's like, I'm making the Patreon cheaper for everybody. And I'm like, okay. And you've done that, right? So you've actually decreased the price of Patreon in these times of $15 Starbucks and, you know,
$8 whiskeys.
$8 whiskeys, and going to get a meal over at McDonald's cost you $20. So, Jez made
I did.
Patreon cheaper.
I did. I reduced the price of Patreon across every single one because, you know, at the end of the day, like I kind of felt like, well, if Xbox is decreasing the price of Game Pass, then I'm going to decrease the price of the Patreon as well. So we decreased the price of Patreon across every single one. There's also new features in there. You get a weekly newsletter which has all the news of the week, and plus some, you know, thoughts from me. And also, if you're on higher tier, you can drop your own advertising in there and stuff like that too. If you want to advertise a channel of your own stuff, we're going to put that in the newsletter as well. Because Patreon has a really cool newsletter feature which I enjoy using. And in this universe, Rand, of like, I don't know what the hell's going to happen to the journalism environment. I just increasingly just think, you know, this is what I enjoy. I enjoy podcasting. I enjoy Patreon, the community. That's the most.
Because Google's setting to destroy everything on Tuesday, aren't they?
Yeah, Google wants to destroy everything for some reason. I don't get it because it's going to cost them a shitload of money to do what they're doing. But oh well, you know. Anyway, it is what it is. But yeah, and also this is a tradition we've been running for a few years now. Like Patreon is for new members. Patreon's 50% off for the showcase. So in addition to being cheaper, it's also 50% off right now. So you want extra shows, exclusive Q&As, and a bunch of secret Discord channels as well, where, like, you know, we maybe discuss things. Yeah, which you know, sometimes we discuss things that are too spicy for public consumption in there. So yeah, definitely check that out.
And you're going to be heading to the showcase, right? You'll be there?
I am indeed. I am going to Summer Game Fest, so I'll be posting behind the scenes looks at a variety of games. I have a ton of meetings for a lot of upcoming games, both from Xbox and multi-platform. Well, I suppose Xbox and multi-platform too now. So first party and third party, I'll say. Are they? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe they won't be after the showcase. I don't know.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, so yeah, that's all that good stuff. I'll be putting all that through Patreon as well, and also through on Windows Central.
Yeah, so I think is the question and answer thread up for those that want to drop a line.
Yeah,
we will answer it at the end of the show.
It's a double Q&A as well because we were indisposed last week. Okay. Yeah, double Q&A.
We also have the shout-outs here for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got Adam Bartolo, Along Grogu, Ace and Madison, Battered Haddock, Benny. I'm sorry, I said it was like Benny Briggs Country. I was like, is that one word or So 2. That was Benny, Briggs Country, Bright Tundra 1, Silas, Discarded Caboose, Enix, Fantasticals, Glenn, Governor Grimm, I Mike Zero, Inner Machine, Jay Foley, James Moore, James Wizo, Justin Duel, Just James 93, K-Trox, Laserwolf, Murray, Pat Rock, Frosty, R.S. Donks, Sean Kramer, Shay Elephant, Shrapnel, The Nordic Cannon, Tricks Are for Trey. I'm going to say this wrong. Vito Shiramonte, I guess. I apologize if I mispronounced that. I suck at that. Wagerman and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for your continued support of the Xbox 2. So, Jez, what do you want to talk about? What have we missed? Has there anything in the last 2 weeks that we've really missed, or should I just get into talking about Forza Horizon 6?
There probably is things we've missed, but let's rock some Forza 6, because I have to say, Rand, there's a lot of people in chat that are criticizing your driving skills right now.
I'm sure. Because what is it on? It's on the it's on the Goliath race. So I've decided I recorded this last night, right? So I played the game for review. I want to thank Microsoft and Xbox for sending over a code so I could play it early. I obviously would have had a review for the last week's show, but I couldn't do the show because, family's here. My brother-in-law was a pilot, and he came home, and he was sleeping, so I didn't want to, wake him up. So I was like, we'll skip this week. But
brother-in-law was a pilot?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So I was like, I'm going to record some Forza footage. And I did, and I was like, well, they just added the seasonal championship stuff. And I was like, these are slow cars. Let me do something fast. Let me do something furious, And I was like, okay, I hadn't done the Goliath race, so I was like, let me do this Goliath race. And the cars I had to pick from are cars I never had driven before. So I just picked. So this car that I'm driving, I've never used before. So I'm not sure how it handles or whatever it is. And I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna go through the race. And I knew, considering this race is 20 minutes, it's a 20-minute long race, because it goes over the entire island on the outside. I'm like, I'm going to screw up at some point, because it's just going to happen. I'm going to take a wrong turn or whatever. So I'm like, I'm probably going to have casual use of the rewind ability, because you make one wrong move. I don't want to spend 20 minutes and come in last place or whatever. So yeah, you will see me use rewind quite a bit, because I'm not used to this car's handling whatsoever, and I make mistakes, so I rewind. I never claimed to be the greatest racer of all time. You know what I mean?
I've got DMs where you literally claim that. So
no, you don't, because you never talk about Forza with me, because you don't like Forza.
I love Forza. Nah, I'm more of a Mario Kart guy, because I'm a big Nintendo guy. I love me some Mario Kart.
Yeah. So it's funny, because when I was recording this last night, I was like, man, people are going to give me shit for this, because I'm rewinding quite a bit, and I'm missing some of these things. But I was like, whatever. I've never driven this car before. I'm it's on above average difficulty or whatever. So it's just, yeah, whatever. I just wanted to give a sense of the island, because the Japan map is great. I think the Japan map is, when you talk about Forza, and one of the complaints people have with the franchise is that it feels too samey. It feels like, it's just they have their formula, they have their blueprint, and they're not going to veer from it. And it's kind of like, yeah, I get so. I mean, you just saw they announced 6 million players today. In
6 million players.
Whatever, and you saw, because they have the leaderboards where early access, they had almost 2 million players in early access, and early access was $120 if you're on PC. And or even on Xbox, if you wanted early Xbox or early access through Game Pass, it still was the cost of the game. It was $60. So it was like, what? And I don't know if you saw this, but Leaning Analytics put out some figures today, and they said the game sold close to 5 million copies already, with another 3 million they're talking the game's got 8 million players already, which doesn't match well with the numbers Xbox put out there or whatever. But they're saying that the game's already made $325 million in revenue. And then actually the Xbox version has made more revenue than the Steam version, is what they posted in their thing. So, lean analytics, I mean, take those with a grain of salt or whatever, but it seems like Forza Horizon 6 is doing tremendous. But one of the complaints I have seen from people, and even when I play through the game, there is a sense of like, it is just Forza, which is, well, it's incredibly successful. Why would you change that, right? If it's not broke, don't fix it. But I mean, it's still absolutely fantastic, right? Japan, I think, was a really good map. And God, I mean, when I first started playing the game, like I was so into it. Because they start you off where it's like you pick your cars and you have like 2 campaigns, quote unquote, and I use the campaign term like loosely. Like you have the wristbands where you do a bunch of different races, or you do your PR stuff like jumping off the bridge or the speed traps to increase the points to your wristband so you can get to the next one with the ultimate goal of getting to gold and unlocking Legend Island. So basically everything you sort of do in the game gives you points, and the more you do unlocks more events. And that's like the one campaign. And then the other campaign is like a Discover Japan stuff, which I thought was pretty cool, where it's more Japanese-centric things, like maybe taking pictures of certain historical places, doing specific type of races, like street races or togue races, knocking over like the collectibles, like Japanese-themed mascot collectibles and stuff. So there's both of those, and they both have their own sets of rewards and things. And, the end goal is to get gold in both of them, which is something I did in the time playing it. But, I mean, this is the king. Like, nothing touches this. And even though, like, you could argue that, like, they're resting on their laurels, well, when you're king, you can. Like, would I like to see motorcycles in Forza Horizon? Yeah, I would. I think they would, they would be really interesting to see something like that. Would it be cool to have, I don't know, maybe cops and robbers as a game mode or like that stuff? Yeah, probably. But they have a vision, and as you can tell, it seems like Forza's only getting more and more popular. And maybe it's because it's like it's fun. You'll see people maybe him and haw about the progression aspect of the game, because people don't really like. There are people that don't really like the fact that the game gives you cars all the time. Like, I think I have like 130 cars in my garage, and I think I bought one car. Because, like, you're constantly getting cars. Granted, we got the premium edition, and that does come with, like, a car pack. You do have Forza rewards. The game rewards you with from all the different Forza games you've played, so you'll get, like, these really high-end supercars. And I've seen people complain that being like, I didn't even have to work for this. And it's like, yeah, sure, they give you all these supercars, but, like, the actual, like, when you play through the campaigns, you can't just use the supercars you have. Like, you got to use the the C class cars, the D class cars, or whatever. So everybody has a different opinion about the campaigns, or how the progression is, or how they just give you all the money in the world and all the cars, you don't got to really work for it and stuff like that. But really, at the heart of it, this game is just a blast to play. It's fun. It's fun driving around the map in a convoy with a bunch of people, just doing whatever you want, getting into races, doing PR stunts. It's basically, there used to be a time when you would have racing games come out all the time from many different studios, and now you hardly have any. And I sort of wonder if that's the Forza Horizon effect. Like, they've made it impossible for anybody else to compete in the space, because everything just gets compared to it. And when you compare to it, it's like, it's just not as good. Like, Need for Speed, does Need for Speed exist anymore? I can't even remember when the last Need for Speed came out. The Crew, you look at Crew, like they did the Crew 1, the Crew 2, and then the Crew Motorfest. Crew Motorfest was basically a Forza Horizon ripoff. Anybody that plays it knows they basically just hey, like the crew looked, Ubisoft looked over at Playground. I was like, hey, can I look at your homework? And they're like, yeah, don't copy it though. And they literally copied it 1-to-1. It's just the pinnacle of the genre, and they're so far ahead of everybody else, and their structure and how everything they've built is just locked in. That it does feel like, hey, I've played. This is like, you could make the argument, this is Forza Horizon 3.75, right? It's you know, and people are like,
it's the same argument that people use against Call of Duty, though.
Sure, no, you know, Call of Duty will take swings and misses from time to time or whatever, but yeah, I mean, that's with any. I do think that it did help for this version of the game to be, what's the word I'm looking for? To be as the gap in between releases was as large as it was. I actually do think it helps, because there was a time where like Forza Horizon was coming out every 2 years, right? Forza Horizon 1, 2012, Forza Horizon 2, 2014, Forza Horizon 3, 2016, 4, like 2018. It's good to give it a rest. Yeah, 5, 2021, where like you could tell people were sort of being like, I like this, but they really need to change it up for me to get excited again. And they always sort of tweak the progression aspects, and they always sort of tweak the campaign aspects. But it's like, is it enough? It depends on the person. But now there was like 5 years in between releases. And like last year, I was starting to kind of be like, I would really dig a Forza Horizon game right about now. And here we go. And it's on the most requested map. And maybe that's one of the reasons why it's doing as well, because everybody wanted Japan. And they finally delivered Japan, and the Japan map is fantastic. Like, when we talk about maps, like, everybody's going to rank their favorite Forza Horizons. Like, my favorite Forza Horizon is probably still Forza Horizon 3. And that may be a bit of nostalgia or whatever, because it was kind of the first iteration of this. But I love Forza Horizon 3. I love the Australian map. My second favorite is probably Forza Horizon 5. Last year's, and then I probably have like Forza Horizon 1, Forza Horizon 6. I do think like 4 and 2 are, but the thing is, when you rank them, it makes it sound like bad, like, oh, you put it here, but it's like, these are all the creme de la creme. We're splitting hairs at this point, you know. So Forza Horizon 3 may be my favorite, and maybe something I give like a 9.5 to, but like Forza Horizon 6 may be a few spots down, but it's still like right there in the same thing. It's just, you know, there's a part of me that does wish, okay, I do wish for a little bit of more changes or whatever, but I'm not going to fault Playground Games for delivering what fans want them to, because clearly the game keeps on getting bigger and bigger. It's bigger on PC. I don't know if you saw the numbers, like on Steam. For Forza Horizon 5, it peaked at 800,000 or 800,000. It peaked at 80,000 concurrents. This year's already, I think this year's one's already peaked at 270,000. So like, it's bigger on PC. It's, you know, outside of, if Microsoft didn't buy Minecraft and didn't buy Activision, Forza Horizon would be their biggest franchise. Right? That's how massive it is. And it's just another great, fantastic version of this game, you know? So I can't recommend enough if you like racing games, if you enjoy a good arcade racer, if you want to, you know, team up with people and just drive through the beautiful Japanese landscape and have some cool races with a lot of great fast cars or slow cars or cross-country stuff and Jeeps. The game has everything for you, and it can last you forever, or a really, really long enough time. The game looks great. It runs great on the Series X. I had it in performance mode. No issues with it. Maybe a little pop-in, but I mean, you're talking about excellence here, and we're just kind of splitting the hairs about things we would want in this or could change. Now, then there's stuff that's actually bad, like the dialogue in the game and the stories and stuff like that. Like, those are awful, right? And it does... I'm not saying it makes me concerned for Fable, because there's different priorities where, like, the cutscenes in this and the dialogue and the story are just placeholder stuff to just get you to drive. It doesn't matter, you're right. Where like in Fable, the story, the dialogue, and stuff are all important, but I feel like people have said that hey, that stuff it's just not good, and they haven't fixed it. They haven't tried to, and it's like, well, maybe they don't need to. Like, I don't know. Does a story matter in a racing game? When you like do one of those like like hey, I'm delivering whatever, like pizza or whatever to some guy. Does it matter what the dialogue is? Maybe not, but it is like
deliver pizza in the game.
Not pizza, but there is like a side story like of like delivering food to people like really fast. Whether it's like, hey, you need to get it here within a minute, or you need to do this many drifts before you get there. But I mean, there'd be dialogue in there with certain activities in the game, and the dialogue's stilted and it's bad. And like even like the main story, it's just whatever. Is it important? No. So I don't know what else to say about it. It's like it's probably the worst thing that the game has is that stuff, and it has no bearing on the game whatsoever. It's like how is it a racing game? It's the best there is. When you think about this genre, there's nobody better. They're the kings. Playground games are the kings of this, and they basically dominate the entire that entire industry. Like nobody's making this game with this type of success.
Nope.
But people are gonna be like, hey, what's next for Forza Horizon 7? Are we gonna have another 5-year wait? What map is it gonna be? Because this was the most requested one. So now that we've done Japan, where are we going next? And then people are gonna be like, well, what should be changed or what should be added? And it's like, are they gonna change or add anything? I don't know, because the game, like I said, $325 million already for Molina Analytics. That's what they're saying it's made. That's a lot of change, and that's not even with the PlayStation version yet. Which is supposed to come later in the year. So I know I did race against your avatar quite a bit, because I know you did play at least for like an hour. Do you have any thoughts on the game?
I mean, it's pretty.
It is very pretty, isn't it?
I just don't gel with racing games, man. I just can't. And it feels almost like a blind spot. Like everyone's having fun with this experience, and I can see like analytically that it's fantastic, but it's just not for me, man. I just don't drive it.
How far did you get?
I don't know why.
So you did the intro race.
Yeah, I did a couple of intro races, and then handed it off to my girlfriend. She did a couple as well. Like neither of us can drive. It's funny. But like one thing I was thinking, like I'm gonna try and make my driver tar a complete asshole so that it will, ruin people's day when they play.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just not for me. I've been playing like a ton of other games right now, because the World of Warcraft season's wrapped up. So I'm free. I've done everything I could possibly want to do. Also in Diablo, I've done everything I could possibly want to do in Diablo as well.
You love these live service games. You love them.
I do love me a live service, but I also really love the gaps in between them, because I can you can catch up on other things, because I also love the non-live service games. One game that I was checking out was Subnautica 2.
Right. Big game.
Subnautica 2 absolutely
massive release.
blew up.
Yeah.
Absolutely massive. 4 million copies sold, I think, something like that they announced. So that's done extremely well. And Crafton's
the only console it's on is Xbox, because it's in game preview, and it's in Game Pass.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Subnautica's. I'm pretty sure it's exclusive. It's like it's not on PlayStation or Switch yet. It probably will be when it comes out of game preview.
Oh yeah,
or whatever, for sure.
Of course it will. But I didn't realize the game preview was exclusive to Xbox. That's interesting. But yeah, I've been playing Subnautica 2 a bit. So, but I was kind of like, man, I want to experience it when it's finished. So instead, I bounced off and started playing Subnautica 1 instead, which I'm really enjoying. I do like me some survival base building things, but also because of Subnautica, I did something maybe you'll be proud of me for, Rand. I went outside of my comfort zone, bro.
Okay.
I went outside of my comfort zone because of Subnautica. Partially, I sort of got this I don't know, this appetite for underwater kind of games.
All right.
Underwater kind of games. So I went and played Still Wakes the Deep, which is a walking simulator.
Yeah, which is a genre of game you do not like.
Yeah, I'm not usually a fan of the sort of walking simulation kind of game, or the, or even like survival horror where you can't fight back. Like for
Which is
me,
this
I've
game.
played some.
This is like a
Yeah,
walking sim, but survival horror.
yeah, it's a horror game. It's a horror game all up, but it's also one of them where you sort of like have to run and hide from the enemies instead of try and fight them head on. And I've had experiences with these kind of games and just didn't really like them, like Amnesia being one of them. Like I never really enjoyed Amnesia, for example. And I think that kind of colored my opinion about other experiences in this genre, maybe because I absolutely adored Still Wakes Deep. I thought it was absolutely amazing. I really had a ton of fun playing that game. It kind of helped that I think like it's a very British kind of game. So there's a lot of British banter, and the dialogue in that game is absolutely fantastic. It's also pretty unfamiliar setting. Like not many games
Oil
take
rig, yeah.
place on an oil rig.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kept having Metal Gear Solid 2 flashbacks. It's kind of weird. But yeah, so I played Still Wakes Deep and the DLC in one sitting. Absolutely loved it. And then I've bounced off that and gone to play Subnautica 1. And also, yeah, I don't know, just playing random ass stuff. I'm also playing a couple of redacted things that I can't talk about because
Mhm.
they are review embargoes. So
Well, you want to know something
stay tuned
interesting?
for that. But yeah.
I was going to talk about
I
this
don't know where
later,
I've been
but
at
I was going
recently.
to talk about this later, but I'll bring it up now because you mentioned walking sims. And I kind of want to talk about this when it was fresh, when like the drama happened. But that's about Mixtape.
Oh, I played Mixtape as well. That's another
So
game I played.
uh,
I was really wanted to know what your opinions on that, because it does seem like the kind of game you might enjoy. Like it seems to be targeting like the older millennial, because like some of the stuff in there, I was kind of like, this ain't for me. But I was
right.
wondering,
So,
like,
but
because
it's
Rand's
interesting.
slightly older than me, so maybe it's
I
for
am a little
Rand.
bit older, but also it's like the whole drama of this of reviewers versus gamers, and the
Oh
whole
yeah,
idea
yeah.
of like getting paid off. Like once that 10 from IGN hit, like I feel like that whole thing, like people came out with pitchforks against this game, and I think it's because of simply
Oh.
the 10 from IGN. Like once it got that 10, people were immediately down to clown on the game, right? Because I feel like if it didn't get that 10 from IGN, it would have kind of gone a little bit under the radar a little bit. But there was this, people were like, how could this game be a 10, right? And there was this
Hmm.
whole thing. And then, whatever. So I played the game. And you are right. You would think this game right up my alley. Like, I am a big fan of a good walking sim. I've played, it's one of my favorite genres. Like, I love a good story with some great characters and some good dialogue. I still consider maybe if there's a game like What Remains of Edith Finch, I consider that a 10 out of 10. And I don't care. You could disagree with me or whatever. And I've talked about that game. Like, I love that game. I think that game does things no other game has done, and has things that could only be done in a video game. Could it be done in a book? Couldn't it be done in a movie? Could literally only be done in like the interactive medium known as video games. And there are other like walking sims that are great. Virginia. I'll draw off the top of my head. I'd have to look at stuff, but I love that genre of if the game's really good, right? So I saw all these reviews and I'm like, well, damn, I got something to look forward to. I'm gonna play this game. I should love it, right? Like I'm a millennial. Like I, went to high school in the '90s and graduated grammar school and high school in the late '90s and stuff. So I'm like, I saw that Smashing Pumpkins in the set track and Silverchair and stuff, and I'm like, oh man, this game, I'm gonna get shit on if I say like this game's gonna be game of the year for me or whatever, right? So I played it, and I was not moved at all.
Not moved.
And I would say if I had to score it, I'd say maybe a 6 or a 7. Definitely one of the weaker the walking sims I've ever played, and it doesn't hold a candle to like all the better ones I've played in my life. And the thing is, like I know there's the whole nostalgia of like, hey, that one night left, and like thinking about like your your days in high school or the friends that have come and gone. And sure, like I was thinking of that. Like you can't be when like the game sort of has like you're with your high school friends and like you're going away and stuff. And like yeah, like I had that same experience. We had a big huge party last day before people left and stuff, and so like I experienced some of that, but it didn't make me like think. It didn't. I don't know. Maybe it's because I felt like. And here's the big problem with this. I don't have an issue with like the non-gameplay elements of it, of like them rocking out in the car to Silverchair. Even though I do think that kind of went on a little bit long. Like I said, I love games like Edith Finch and Firewatch and Virginia and games of that nature, right? So it's like, just cruising down the road in a cart or whatever and you barely move it. Like, that's perfectly fine to me. I'm all about different experiences. I mean, hell, I was playing Mixtape. I was playing Forza. I'd played Mixtape. I'd go from playing Marathon, which is a hardcore extraction shooter, to Mixtape, which is a walking sim, nostalgia walking sim, to Forza Horizon 6, which is an open world racer, to Saros, which is a what would you even classify Saros as? Like a roguelike shooter, right? So like I'm going through all the different genres here or whatever. And I just didn't vibe with the soundtrack. So I'm thinking like this, a lot of the songs in there like I didn't know or I didn't care about, and the ones that I did, like the Smashing Pumpkins and stuff. So I didn't like or know most of the soundtracks. So that kind of didn't hit for me. And I think the biggest thing was the main character, at least two of the characters in there, are just so unlikable. Yeah. But the thing is, like, that's the point. Like, I know you're not supposed to.
I kind of felt like it was the point. Yeah.
But the thing is, the main character
we knew people at school that were like really, really sort of immature to the point, like where they think they're great, see, this is why I ended up not hating it, right? Because it felt intentional to me. The kids are they're really pretentious.
Yes.
They're really self-centered, and that is the authentic teenage experience.
Sure.
So I was like, oh god, yeah, we knew someone like that in high school, but at the same time, it was like, do I want this in a video game?
Well, the thing is, it's like when you're following a character who is unlikable. Here's the cardinal thing that the game forgot: is that if you're gonna make an unlikable character or unlikable main character, you have to make that character compelling. And the main character is just not compelling in any way, shape, or form. Like,
yeah, she was
at all.
Bland.
At all. She is like not compelling. So like I was just sort of bored going through her story. She's this doesn't care about anybody else, and there's nothing to her, so I wasn't engaged. And I'm not saying like I thought like the acting from them was great. Like whoever the voice actress was, I think did a good job with what she had written and presenting that character that way. But the fact that the character was unlikable and not compelling, the game's 3 hours long. I played it for an hour and a half the first night and turned it off. That's how not into the game I was. Because me, like I don't even like get on to play unless I can play for a few hours every night, right? So like I played this game 3 hours, like finished in one sitting. Couldn't even do it. That's how not into the game I was. And the only character that is like somewhat interesting is the other girl, Cassie. But it's just your basic like teenage rebellion, which hey, we all know people that have gone through that. Like she's the only one that is somewhat interesting, but like the story doesn't necessarily revolve around her. It revolves around the other girl, who is just as self-centered as you can possibly get and constantly breaks the fourth wall. But I almost sort of wish Cassie was the main character, because at least there's something there. Even though her scenes at the end are just filmed in the most cringe way possible about like, let me go, daddy, or you'll see my wicked side. It's like, the dialogue is just atrocious at that point. but at least there's something to her. It's just, yeah, man.
You know what? I kept like mentally comparing it to Life is Strange, because I was just like, I really enjoyed Life is Strange, and I was kind of joking with some friends because I think part of the problem for me was that it's a very American game, so like the British teenage experience is a fair bit different, I think. But like we kind of experience the American teenage experience vicariously through movies and shit like that, right? So I was kind of experiencing it vicariously, and there's nothing wrong with that. But as just like a game from like a personal perspective, I was just like I was talking to some friends about it. I hate how like I don't know, happy go lucky they are for most of it. And whereas like Life is Strange is far more my speed. They're all depressed and half of them are getting murdered. And that was like, that was far more interesting to me than what they were presenting here, which was a pretty sort of, I don't know how to describe it, kind of like almost flat, like nothing happens. It's very sort of, just felt kind of basic. So while it does have some nice presentation, I think, and there are some interesting aspects to it. Like I like the art style, I like the stop motion stuff. It was just miserably unambitious, I think, and I think that's kind of where I ended up.
I wouldn't say it was
about.
unambitious. I will say like they clearly were going for a style and a vibe, and I do think they nailed that. Like it definitely has.
No,
a
I think the
unique
story was unambitious. Like nothing dramatic really happens, but in a weird kind of
But I almost sort
contradictory
of feel
way.
like that's the point.
Maybe that's that's what I was going to say. Like in a weird contradictory kind of way. Maybe that in itself is ambitious because it's games kind of like they often have this. I suppose we're taught to expect games to be this sort of big, bombastic, crazy things happen. You know, like Leon driving a motorbike over the top of a collapsing skyscraper, kind of Michael Bay-esque, over the top kind of stuff. It's not often we get a game where nothing really happens. Like, is that the ambition of this game? But I don't know. I will say this: the game did make me think. It did make me introspective, which I suppose is a plus point, right? But I think you're completely right in that this game would not have been a blip on the radar had it not been for the culture war that built up around it as a result of IGN's review. You know?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I don't think nobody will be talking about it. So I do think in a weird way, the culture will probably help market the game because I honestly I wouldn't have bothered playing it if I didn't think, oh well, I want to play this now because everyone's mad about it. I want to find out why people are mad about it.
You know, it's funny.
I want to join in.
This is the same studio that did Artful Escape a couple years ago,
which I didn't play.
I played.
Is that any good?
I think it's better than this game.
Hmm.
But I mean, it's also very much like the guy. He's the one running around with his guitar and doing stuff. But it has as much gameplay as Mixtape does. But I think Artful Escape is a better experience. I don't know. Everybody's gonna be different, you know, because I saw people being like, I cried at the end of this game. It touched me in a way I haven't been touched in, like, whatever. Like I'm not gonna clown anybody for that because everybody's gonna have.
Everyone experiences things differently.
Yeah, but I'm just saying for me, I sort of maybe my expectations were raised because I saw all these reviews and stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is a genre I really do like. I really like this style of game, so I was expecting myself to like it, and I'm playing it, and nothing clicked for me, and I just felt like that's odd because I'm from this time period this game's supposed to kind of be reaching nostalgic for, but like, and I you know, I didn't skateboard or anything, but you know, we did some you know, I'm not gonna, you know, like we've talked about some of my criminal activities on the show, like, you know, we all and I'm
you're a huge criminal.
Yeah, but I didn't. That was the big thing for me. Like, 2 of the 3 characters were just unlikable, and that's a big problem, especially when they just follow the characters around. It's just like, all right, okay, and I didn't like this. I mean, I don't know, like you're doing the '90s thing. Is like, where's Nirvana? Like, where's Pearl Jam? Where's
Well,
Stone Temple
there's
Pilots? Like, and that's like the
licensing.
licensing stuff. But nobody listened to the Devo, bro, back then. Like, come on, like, and I get it, but I don't know. The game just
Licensing
didn't
to
do
some
anything for
degree.
me whatsoever. And I expected it to. I expected to come on here and be like, I cried, Jez. I thought about all my friends. Oh, this game touched me in a way. And I was waiting for the people to be like, Rand, you're such a, you know, like, of course you would.
Yeah,
but no, it didn't do shit for me.
Yeah,
Didn't do shit for me at all.
is what it is.
It is what it is. But let's take a look at some of these super chats. Thank you for everybody supporting the show and being here. Do us a big favor, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. We got Nocturnal Vision with a $2 super chat, but no message. Thank you. We have Graham, who says, "This is Asha. We are going to offer you $50 for Xbox 2. Well, you know, sold, I guess. Sold for $50. You can have Xbox 2. Chaos Mice says, "What's up with EA dictating Xbox decision on Game Pass family plans?" So this is all for you, Jez, because you did write this in your article, and it did get picked up by a lot of different places. So explain away what's going on.
Yeah, so I mean, I wrote in the article. I don't know 100% if this is true, but one thing I did hear was that, with regards to the Xbox Game Pass family plan, there was a whole sort of, I don't know. It was EA that was sort of instrumental in stopping this from going through, you know, and I heard it was because, you know, EA is a big stakeholder in Game Pass. They were there at the beginning. They're an investor. They're a contractor. They're a big part of Game Pass, for better or worse. And they were against the idea of, you know, giving away extra licenses of their old shitty games nobody wants to play anymore for some reason. So yeah, EA was against it, and I was told because they couldn't come to a deal with EA, they basically fucked the whole thing. You know, so that's what I heard.
Okay,
that's the long and short of it. So I argued in my article I would rather see EA get kicked out because EA doesn't really release games anymore, and when the games they do release often tend to be pretty mid. So I don't know why EA Play should hold back us getting access to the family plan. So if it was me personally, and I don't know, you know, I don't know if you agree or anyone else agrees. If it was me personally, I would kick EA the fuck out of Game Pass and give us the family plan. That's how I would do it.
Yeah,
Cancel that contract, baby. If it's true.
If
it's true.
If it's true. We'll see. Peter says, "Evening, chaps. Good to have you back, Rand. All the best to you and the family. Happy bank holiday weekend, Jez, assuming you have the time off." Do you have a time off? Is it bank holiday?
It is a bank holiday on Monday, but I don't think I'm gonna have time off.
Okay.
I'm gonna work. Yeah. It is what it is.
We have Graham again, who says, "Make Blade an OD exclusive. Drop those with Helix." I totally forgot about the OD game. But then again, is it even a game? Is it going to be a game like Mixtape where it's an experience? I'm down for that. Like I said, I don't mind those experiences. Blade? I mean, we did see Indiana Jones go multi-platform. Was that part of Xbox's push? Would they want to keep Blade exclusive to maybe push the ecosystem in consoles? I don't know. Depends on the contract. Maybe Marvel would want it. Although I guess you could say, like, well, they don't do the same thing with Spider-Man. So I guess it already depends on contract terms and stuff. So I do think we'll see Blade again. I do think we'll see Blade at the showcase, though. I would not be surprised.
You think Blade's a shoo-in?
I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a shoo-in, but I definitely say there's a better if you were to say, oh, it's 50-50, I would say it's more like 70-30 that it will show up. So it's been a couple years and
been a hot minute for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Jeff Grubb saying it was targeting a 2027 release, which is next year, so they could easily. It's going to be a big game for them. You know?
It is.
So I definitely think we could see it for sure. We have to do our prediction podcast like next week or the week after, because only two episodes before the showcase.
Yeah, maybe we do it. Yeah, I don't know. Next week, maybe.
We got Unks70 who says, "Hey gents, nice to have the show back. Would you guys get Colin back to talk about the account hack situation? I think it would be good to spread awareness since I know this happened to Xbox peeps too. Yeah, so what happened with all that? Apparently Colin was
Yeah.
targeted and like somebody stole his account from the inside, or somebody
So
from
this is
inside PlayStation basically sold his information to a hacker, which apparently has been going on or whatever, or to other people on PlayStation. Is that what happened?
like to be fair to PlayStation. Well, actually, I know I don't want to be fair to
Yeah,
PlayStation because this is a scummy thing, but this is something that the trend that's happening across the entire industry where they've outsourced their customer support to third world countries, and those people often have like a lot of financial desperation, and they become easily bribable by hackers. Like, so it's not like your traditional hacking in like, oh, I'm gonna pull out a laptop and start doing some crazy coding or something, or use artificial intelligence to hack this system. They've literally paid to get access by bribing customer service support who are either generally unscrupulous or have a maybe they have a personal issue with influencers or whatever, or they just want the extra cash or need the extra cash even. And it does seem to be a thing that's happening not just to PlayStation, but like other companies too, where like they're getting compromised from the inside. And that's what happened to Colin Moriarty and other prominent members of the gaming community as well. And we've all already seen like this is a huge topic in the World of Warcraft community as well, because not necessarily like the same thing happened with World of Warcraft, exactly the same. But there's often these accusations that World of Warcraft and Microsoft uses artificial intelligence to determine whether or not someone should be banned. So they look at like, oh, this person said this, and they don't have the full context and whatever, and they just like decide, oh, okay, this person deserves to get banned, and then they get banned. And like, if you get banned from Xbox, you can get banned from your entire Microsoft account. You can lose access to your OneDrive. You can lose access to decades of documents and photographs, and it becomes this, and there's no like real recourse. You can't talk to a human to get it fixed. So unless you've got like back channel access, like Colin Moriarty has, or like someone like me or you potentially has, as like someone who works in the industry, you're pretty much fucked. You know, so that's kind of like a thing that's becoming increasingly complicated in this era. Like, how do you navigate some of that shit? And I suppose Colin's been trying to spread awareness about this. So it's worth mentioning here as well. Sometimes like two-step verification is not enough if they've got backdoor access to your shit.
yeah,
GG. This is one reason why like it's sometimes good to have, if you are an influencer, quote unquote influencer, if you are like someone like that, it's good to like use aliases and not like use your real accounts online and all
yeah.
that
But if
kind of
they have
stuff.
if they can get your stuff from the back end, what does it matter if you have an alias? They just get it from there.
Yeah, well, they won't know, will they? They won't be able to tie your public persona with what you used to play online. They won't be able to tie it together.
Oh, you're saying like
Uh,
never give out the name of your account that you're playing on?
yeah,
Like so
yeah.
like
Don't share
so
it with
like
anyone. Just to
oh
be
so when I
completely
play, be
secret.
like so don't tell anybody I'm Randall Thor 19 on Xbox essentially.
Yeah, don't tell anyone I'm fucking Jez on Xbox Live, for example. Like it's kind of funny. Like I put out a video about the Xbox Ally last week on my YouTube, on Windows Central's YouTube channel. And I very, very stupidly left my email address in the fucking video. And a couple of people reached out and were like, yes, do you know that your email address, your Microsoft account is attached to this video? And I was like, oh, well, for fuck's sake. So yeah, I had to go and change my email address, change my primary alias and all that kind of bollocks. So now like that email address that's in the video is no longer active for anything. But it's easily done. I dox myself basically. Thanks for people who reached out and let me know about that. I should have paid more attention to what I was fucking editing, probably. But yeah, it's kind of the world we live in, and Colin unfortunately fell victim to that. And he's not the only one. Like a bunch of other people, we've seen people on Xbox Live get banned unfairly, and then have to back channels to get their accounts back. I've spoken to a lot of people who've been banned on Xbox Live, lost their accounts, and they at least claim that it was unfair. And I've tried to help people out in those situations, and sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. You never know where it's going to go. I think there probably needs to honestly be legislation as more of our content becomes digital, more of our lives go up to the internet, there needs to be legislation that denotes the responsibilities that a platform holder has to help people get back into their accounts. Because I don't think the legislation here is strong enough. It shouldn't be the case that like you have to try and talk to a robot to get your account back. It shouldn't be the case that you have to back channel to get your account back. All that stuff just sucks, and it's just ultimately a product of them nickel and diming people, cutting costs and outsourcing their customer support, or in some cases, not even having customer support. Talking to a human at Microsoft is very, very difficult. And same is true for Sony and other companies. Like my girlfriend's Facebook account got hacked like a long time ago. This is even going back before I was like quote unquote an influencer or whatever. My girlfriend's Facebook account got hacked, and to this day, I haven't been able to get it unhacked. Like even using back channeling, tried to message like Facebook PR, and it's just like, nah, sorry, can't do anything about it. It's bullshit, man. We've seen a lot of these, pose. We've seen a lot of these stories about people who've said like they've been hacked on Xbox Live, and Microsoft says, "Oh yeah, we can see you've been hacked, but sorry, we can't give your account back." It's like, are you serious? Like, do something, bro.
Yeah, people. Yeah, I have gotten DMs from people being like, "I lost my account. Can you help me?" I'm like, "Bro, I can't help you. I'm sorry. Like, I don't even know if I lost my account, if I'd be able to. I might be able to reach out to a couple people, but I couldn't help anybody else. Like some random person. Like I don't have that power. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've tried. Like I've tried, and I've tried. Like some people message me saying like I got banned for with pretty serious allegations, actually, like seriously like legal allegations. I was banned for like hacking or worse, and I know, and they'll tell me like I know for a fact that I didn't do this, and like if I did do this, I wouldn't reach out about it because I'd be incriminating myself, and and I've tried to help those people, and it's not happened. So I do think there needs to be like a legislation around this. There's like the whole stop killing games thing. That was debated in California and also in the European Union recently. And it's part of this whole thing where it's like, what rights do we have as in an increasingly digital world? Over our content, over our access to our accounts, or appealing, getting banned, and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna come to a head eventually, But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we got Chris here who also says, wasn't day one dropped from all tiers except Ultimate? Asha mentioned the importance of subscriptions in modern times, so I doubt it goes away. Wasn't day one dropped from all tiers except for Ultimate? Yes, it was.
Day one
is only on Ultimate. So, I mean, if you think about it, let's run a hypothetical situation here. Hypothetical.
I like me some hypotheticals.
If they did, like, if you took Jez's poll, be like, what would you rather have, exclusives or day one Game Pass? Let's just say Jez's poll comes to fruition and Xbox brings back exclusives, but at the cost of day one, where it's like, we can do this, but we would have to remove this, right? So you get exclusives back, but they drop them from day one. What are the domino effects from that move? I'm sure there'd be plenty of people who really do enjoy Game Pass that would maybe most likely be upset and unsubscribe because they're probably because Game Pass has always been sold as we have day one games. We have day one games from our own studios and day one games from a select third-party catalog, right? Where PlayStation Plus has always been billed as like it's just a collection, a catalog of old games, and we do give you kind of like a selection of free games every month. That's kind of like how it's been marketed and how it's been sold. And that's Xbox Game Pass's greatest strength, and some would say maybe its greatest weakness, depending on the narratives you want to present, right? So if you were to suddenly remove Xbox first-party games from the Ultimate tier, I would imagine a lot of people would not like that and would probably unsubscribe. But then would you then have to reduce the price of Ultimate to being like, hey, we used to have something here, and now it's not. Now like Ultimate, if it doesn't have day one, Ultimate's not worth $22.99. Ultimate now has to be whatever price it would be. But then it's like, is there even a reason for Ultimate anymore? Like, would you just get rid of the tier altogether and just be like, there is no more Ultimate and it's just everything's on premium? So there'd be a lot of like domino effects that you would have to consider. Which is why, like, I don't know. It definitely seems like I don't know. I don't know if that was something they are they locked in for a period of time? Like, they did promise 75 day one games for this year or whatever. Like, they don't deliver that, or it's. I mean, I know that's like not like a contract everybody signed, but it is something they promised. And I'm sure they have deals for third parties. Like, do they immediately go and being like, actually, this deal is now null and void and we don't do day one anymore? Or it would just be day one for select games? I don't know. It's very interesting to think about. But yes, they did remove that. And I feel like maybe Game Pass right now is probably at a good position, even though it was $19.99. They did raise it to $29.99 and they dropped it back to $22. I do feel like it still offers pretty good value. It's like under that threshold of, at least for what I view, of like how much I'm willing to pay for a service like that. I guess we just need to see how Xbox moves from here on out. Like, would they be willing to make? Because I sort of feel, Jez, if they remove day one, I feel like that's a negative thing, no matter how they would spin it. Like, that's not like a good PR move. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at like them,
people are very divided on it. They're very divided on it. So like either way, like even if they did sell it, like, oh yeah, we need to do this in order to get exclusives back, or something. If you're taking something away, you need to immediately have something to show for it. Like, I think, and that's one of the reasons Xbox got in this situation, was because they took away so much without giving anything back tangible. Nothing tangible came back. And that's one of the reasons we're in this situation in the first place. So if they're like, if they sell this on the promise of maybe someday we'll get some exclusives again, what if those exclusives suck? I think like there needs to be like a tangible kind of like trade-off there in the short term, and I'm not sure they could make one.
So you think hypothetically they would tie exclusives coming back to losing day one? So it was like, oh well, so you'd pepper in the good news to kind of cover over the bad news of like, hey, we're getting rid of day one games, but you're getting exclusives back. Like, because that's how they sort of did it with Game Pass with the price. Hey, we're removing Call of Duty, but the Game Pass price is now $7 cheaper a month. And for those
this is the. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
Well, for those that didn't care about Call of Duty, this is a good thing. Oh, my monthly bill went down. So, and you never see services get cheaper. Everything just gets more expensive over time. But I mean, it was something bad that happened, and then something good that happened. It's just that I think for a lot of people, the good outweighed the bad in that scenario.
Yeah.
But would it be the same here? Like, I think people would be. I think it would be presented as like, for a lot of people, I think it would be bad news. Because
I think it is mathematically speaking bad news. Because in theory, Game Pass saves you a fuck ton of money every year.
That's true. That's
like
true.
So like, and while there is an existential debate to be had about Halo being on PlayStation, but the bottom line is you save a ton of money with their own games. I was just trying to like, it was for me that article was more of a thought experiment. It was kind of like, well, okay, if they are gonna bring exclusives back, I kind of feel like we're gonna lose something. We're gonna lose something to get that back. So what is a tangible thing to lose to get that back? Maybe if a game, and it just kind of like, I don't know. Just there's going to be trade-offs to be had to get some of this stuff out. Asher's got some hard decisions to make in the near future. There are hard decisions coming up, and like everyone thinks like it's going to be all peaches and what's the word? Peaches and what, Rand?
Peaches and cream.
Peaches and cream? Yeah, maybe. Everyone thinks right now everything's going to be great and perfect, and nothing bad's going to happen. But I do think there is probably rapidly approaching situations where Ash is going to have to make tough decisions, and maybe even make some decisions people are not going to like, because Xbox's P&Ls are not they're not super healthy. You know, there's a lot of problems with Xbox's financials right now, and I suppose there are they're self-imposed problems, but it's part of a job. He's fixing some of that shit, right? So I suppose, yeah, it's just going to be one of them, waiting to see what actually happens. What will emerge from all of this complexity, this confusion, this speculation? And I'm here for it though.
People say
I'm
that
intrigued
you're
about
the one leading all this, but whatever.
leading
Uh,
what.
this like somehow like your tweet is like a thing of like Jez Corton's leading the charge of getting rid of day one games or whatever on Game Pass or some shit. It's
Well,
like,
I
huh?
mean, if they listen to me that much on Xbox strategy, maybe they should have hired me instead of Matt Bull. You know? But I was just thinking, you know, like, obviously in a perfect world we get both. We get exclusives and we get day one games.
Well, I mean,
But
we
Matt
had that for
Bull,
a long time. We had that from
yeah,
2018 to 2024. So we had 6 years
yeah,
of it.
I suppose so.
Yeah, yeah. We got Scarcely Relevant, member for 74 months, says, welcome back, Rand. It's good to be back. Thank you. We got Be Nice, who says, Forza Caribbean Festival, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, mini boat race games to Island, Music Bay, Bad Bunny, Romeo Santos, Bob Marley. I mean, I guess you could do the Forza Caribbean for sure. You could do that. Sir Riffslot says, have you played Mixtape? Have you played Mixtape on Weed? I've not played Mixtape on Weed, but we did talk about Mixtape. And a guy named Joe says, welcome back, Rad. Thank you. It's good to be back.
Mixtape on weird.
Yeah, have you played Mixtape on Weed? No, I have not. Have not.
Maybe you should. Maybe that's
Yeah.
the key to enjoying it.
I did see this little bit of news that I want to talk about because, you know, people, it's one of those things where some people thought this game could get delayed, especially like Special Nick. But I did see Fable got rated today.
Yep. Fable does seem like
Fable
it is.
got age verification on ratings boards in both South Korea and Australia, classifying the game as 18 plus / mature. What they
Nice.
say, it has frequent killing, bloodshed, and bodily mutilation using weapons, direct criminal acts based on user choice, use of language that expresses sexual acts, and excessive use of vulgar language and profanity. So, I saw that.
Are we
I'm like,
back?
that sounds good.
Oh yeah.
Jez, you remember? I remember one of your complaints. What game was it about Starfield? Was that there was no dismemberments? There's no.
Yeah, hate that shit.
Yeah, but this one sounds like it's got some dismemberments, got mutilations. So
I was so hyped for 0G dismemberment, and Bethesda robbed me of it, man.
And I know you've always been a lover of the Gears chainsaw and chopping people in half. So reading this and the age classifications about what's there, like, hey, you know, direct choices that lead to criminal acts, vulgar language and profanity.
You, right?
I mean, are we back, fam? Are we good? What's going on here?
I think we're so back. We're so back right now. Nah, it does sound good. I mean, it's kind of like, sounds like it's trying to grow with its audience, I guess. Because the people who are going to be into playing that are definitely going to be of a certain age. So I suppose there's that to consider.
I mean, Playground themselves did reconfirm that the game is on, coming this fall. They did a post about it. They're talking about Forza Horizon and then Fable, and now it's it's got the age ratings in 2 countries. Does this suggest pretty strongly that the game is actually going to hit this fall? Then, if it's already been rated in a couple places,
sounds so.
I mean, I guess it could still. I mean, I'd have to look and see like how many games got rated and then ended up getting delayed, but it's pretty exciting.
I'm confident on this one.
Pretty exciting. I I don't know. Do you feel like we'll get the date at the showcase? I feel like we will,
I
right?
do think. I think we will. Yeah.
I mean, it definitely feels like we'll get the Gears date for sure because it's the direct. Uh, they got to date Halo, which rumors suggest is like July August timeframe, which is pretty good. And it's like, well, where's Fable gonna be? It's got to be at least some time frame before GTA 6. So there's gonna be a lot of games in a short little window there. But I'm quite looking forward to Fable. I mean, it's shit, man. We've been talking about Fable for years. Like
we have been talking about it for a long
it's
time.
I think it's almost been in dev as long as this podcast has existed, which is quite a long time.
Oh Jesus!
I don't know if it was in dev back in 2017, but I mean there were rumors very strongly back in 2018 that Playground was working on Fable, which didn't really get confirmation until they announced it in 2020, and here we are in 2026. So that's a lot of time, and I'm very and I am a Fable fan. I really like Fable 1 and 2. 3's okay, but definitely I think a step down from Fable 1 and 2. I haven't played the Fable Connect game. Fable, what was it called? The Journey, I think it was called.
Yeah, The Journey. I played a shit ton of that Fable. Was it card game?
Yeah, there's a Fable card game.
The pub.
Fable pub games, I think.
Pub games, yeah. I played a shitload of that. For some reason. It's just really addictive. But yeah, this is kind of like, it does go back to me. It goes back to what I think Matt Ball was talking about, which is like, maximizing these franchises. Like you've got some Hollywood grade talent in Fable. You've got Richard Ayoade, you've got some serious talent popping off into this game. So this is kind of like when I think about what the next level looks like for Halo, for Fable, and all that kind of stuff. You start thinking about TV tie-ins, and one of Matt Ball's roles was Amazon Studios, Amazon Prime, creating the original content platform for them. So the guy knows the value of IP, I would hope, and also seems to be well positioned to navigate the transmedia landscape, which Xbox has had some mixed success with. Obviously, the Fable TV, the Halo TV show was not particularly great, but then we look at what happened with you can look at what happened with Fallout TV show, which has been absolutely massive. So,
which I think also just saw Aaron Paul join the cast for season 3. So
there's pretty clear potential with some of this shit,
Yeah, maybe Matthew Ball, when he mentions reviving those franchises, maybe it means Fallout as well, because we need a Fallout game here soon. You want to capitalize on the success of the TV show. That seems like a big mistake.
I've heard that I don't know how true this is, but one thing I heard was that Fallout remasters are probably a little bit further off than people think, and that Elder Scrolls 6 is still quite far away. So I suppose getting some of those games out more quickly is probably something they're probably very.
I mean, what is
top of mind for them?
I guess I wasn't expecting Fallout remakes until next year at the earliest, but I mean,
yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, 2027 maybe for Fallout remake, or at least one of them, and then probably the year after or the year after that for Elder Scrolls. I mean,
yeah.
This is one of the big challenges. Yeah, this is one of the big challenges of the gaming industry is how do you sort of improve efficiency, because they're China's coming. AAA Chinese games are coming at a rapid clip, and increasingly looks like Western devs are having issues keeping up with that shit, especially with regards to mobile and the Genshin, and there was an interview today actually with his name, Aaron Keller, the lead developer of Overwatch, And they said that he pretty much said in the interview they were intimidated by the rapid pace of development for Marvel Rivals. How much content and how many modes they were able to pack in that game in such a very short space of time compared to like what Blizzard and traditional Western devs seem to be capable of. Because it is so expensive. Like the cost of living in California is very, very high. It means like you can't hire as many developers to achieve the kind of the dev teams that Genshin Impact can boast is absolutely massive compared to like what's being worked on in some of these Western studios. But I don't know. It's a lot of complexity to solve there.
Indeed. Dondrick wants to know, Jez, will you be gifting Asha and Team Beans in LA?
I mean, I don't know if I could get Beans on the plane. I have no idea how Sarah Bond managed to get like a large amount of beans into the showcase. That was really impressive. But yeah, I don't know. Beans are a controversial subject. I kind of I feel like in America, like you guys don't really do beans, do you, Rand? You're not a big bean guy, right?
No, I'm not.
I like Mexican food has black beans in it, but British baked beans are a little bit different. I'm hungry now. I didn't have dinner yet.
Well, we gotta get through the
Rand.
show. Did you see this? This announcement's pretty exciting, and I haven't played any one of their games. So, but Warhorse, the studio behind Kingdom Come Deliverance, announced 2 games: a new game in the Kingdom Come Deliverance franchise, coming sooner than expected, potentially next year, which is kind of crazy considering the second one just came out last year. And they also said they're working on a Middle-earth RPG, which sounds too good
Warhorse
to be true, right? Almost a little.
Well, Warhorse is a great example of a studio that is not based in California, that is very, very efficient.
Yes.
So, Warhorse is a really great example of this. Like, I really want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like, people who played through that game absolutely love it. And I've got play Xbox Play Anywhere now. I kind of feel like I've got absolutely no excuse not to play it. But yeah, Warhorse is a fantastic dev, so it's exciting seeing them give.
Yeah, people keep on telling me I need to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I'm like, just play. He's like, just start with 2, don't play 1. I'm like, I'd have to start at 1. But
yeah, you've got to. You can't not.
It's the Middle Earth RPG thing that catches my attention. Because
you a big Middle Earth guy?
I mean, I do love me Lord of the Rings. The last Lord of the Rings game essentially was what? Shadow of War in 2017, I think it was. So it's been some time, but I mean, you notice they didn't say a Lord of the Rings RPG. It's a Middle Earth RPG. So it's probably going to be their own thing. But I mean, just to be able to like, if it's like, hey, this is Middle Earth and you can walk around it, can you imagine like how cool that would be to visit the Shire, to visit Gondor, to go to Mordor? Like, that could be pretty special. That could be like fantastic. So I saw that and I'm like, all right, well, I mean, maybe I can get into some Kingdom Come Deliverance. But what I'm looking forward to is that Middle Earth game. That's something that really, really piques my curiosity quite a bit. The other bit of big news this week, ding dong, the witch is dead. Destiny 2 is over. If you're waiting for new content from Destiny 2, I got some bad news for you, because Bungie announced that basically the game's going into maintenance mode, essentially. And I saw like Paul Tassi and other reporters, Bloomberg, talking about how, like this was, not many people at Bungie knew that this was the plan, that it kind of came out of nowhere, and that there's going to be some pretty big layoffs because of it, and that some of the teams at Bungie are pitching things to PlayStation, but nothing has been approved or greenlit. And in the meantime, I think they're going to double down on Marathon to try to pump up those numbers. And as the resident podcast Marathon lover, I have 300 hours into Marathon. I do play the game every single night. It is cryo night, so I'm about to get into that lose everything factory where I am going to lose everything, because that's what seems to happen most of the times. Season 1 is creeping to the end. We got about 2 weeks left until Season 2 begins, and they're wiping everything from everybody, which might be the signal of the end of my time with Marathon, because I am not starting over. I am not doing the faction stuff again. I am not starting over. So my time with Marathon might be over. And if this really is truly the end of the road for Destiny, which it seems like it is, and potentially Bungie, because you see people that they talk about it. I think Bungie's really in a tough spot, a real tough spot right here, because if they can't get people into Marathon, like, that studio cannot survive just off of Marathon with Destiny 2 being in the situation it's in. And I think...
Where's Bungie based?
Washington.
Yep.
And I really think with how long it takes to make games, especially if you're going to plan on making a Destiny 3 or a spin-off game in the Destiny universe or just something else, this isn't like the 360 gen where you could make a new game in 2 years, 3 years maybe. Like, you're spinning something up from scratch. What's a new game that Bungie's, like, 5 years, $200+ million or whatever it would be? I don't know if the future looks... I think the future looks very dark and dim for Bungie, which is unfortunate, because at one point they were my favorite developer, making my favorite franchise, Halo. Like, they couldn't do any wrong. Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo Reach. Like, the amount of time and friends I made playing those games, like, they were my favorite. And they went to make Destiny, and I thought, well, this is going to be and I did not jive with Destiny whatsoever. And I even played, I think I have like 200 hours in Destiny 1, and that's from someone who literally only played it because once I started and got some achievements. You're talking to a guy who, like, I have to get the 1,000 in this because that's what I have to do. And it was like, it took a long time. You gotta level up. You gotta get good enough people to be able to beat the raids without dying, which was a pain in the ass. And I think I only played Destiny 2 for like 50 hours or whatever it was to beat the campaign. And that was it. And I never touched it again. And I know there are a lot of people out there that are very sad at this news. I saw people crying about it, like even a couple YouTubers, because, like, hey, they started their YouTube careers covering Destiny, and it's like an end of an era. And it's very sad.
It's devastating.
It's very sad, like, when, something like that kind of ends. You even think, like, ends, like, self-inflicted. Like, a lot of Destiny fans hate Marathon. I've seen that sentiment come out, being like, if it wasn't for Marathon, Destiny would still be alive, sort of thing. But
it's like the Titanfall Apex Legends thing in a way.
Yeah, I guess. But, like, the thing is, like, Apex is so successful, like, EA is just like, no, you don't even think about Titanfall. Or, like, Bungie's just like, I've seen some people talk like Bungie had a lot of these projects in incubation sorely to just drive up their asking price when they were selling themselves to different companies. And now it's like there's nothing left. And Marathon clearly didn't hit the numbers they had planned. And now that Destiny 2 is being put out the pasture and you got to lay off a whole bunch of people because, well, there's no game we're making right now.
Painful, man.
I don't know, man. Can they pull it off? Can they pull a rabbit out of the hat and somehow triple, quadruple, quintuple the player numbers for Marathon? I don't know. I think that's we know that they are having a PvE mode for Season 2. So they are going down that because everybody, like, a lot of people would say, hey, I would play a single player of Marathon. The lore, the way the game looks and stuff. I just don't want to play an extraction shooter. And they're, like, trying to maybe fit that in there. But are people going to care? This isn't 2015 anymore. Like, this isn't a time frame where there are not a lot of live service stuffs. Like, where you could put out a game, Sea of Thieves, Rainbow Six Siege, and sort of have it underperform, but then with a lot of different updates, kind of find your niche and actually be super successful. It's 2026. Like, people seem to be not only fed up with live service games, but they just don't have the patience for a game to come out and kind of underperform and then just I don't know, it feels like people just they aren't as willing to wait for which is, maybe they shouldn't be, but of waiting for like the dev to like find their footing or whatever, and then like, oh, here's the game that you actually wanted. Like, it's totally different market, because I always hear people say that, well, Rainbow Six Siege did it, and it's like, yeah, but that was then. Like, this isn't the same. It's kind of almost like High Guard, where it's like, well, the random drop that we did worked for Apex Legends. The random shadow drop worked for us then, so why wouldn't it work for us now? It's like, well, different times, man. Shit works then. The same shit not gonna work again. So this might be curtains for Bungie. I don't know. I'd rather them not. I mean, that is a studio with all the history behind it, but they have their work cut out for them, bro. They really, really do.
It's tough, man. Really sucks. Like, I wasn't a big Destiny guy, but I was hyped for it back in the day, and I was disappointed with what eventually came out of it. And I could never get into it, but I know what it feels like to have that much passion for a franchise, its lore, obviously stuff like the Blizzard games, which I like. It's painful seeing a game endure that. And it makes you wonder, like, what are the big franchises are kind of struggling right now? What are the big studios are struggling? Because there's probably quite a lot, probably more than you think. It's tough, man. It's tough times out there right now.
So what do you think? If you had to bet money right now, do you think they can revitalize Marathon and get it to be where they need it to be, and kind of hold off until they get whatever next project up, whether it's Destiny 3 or something else? I mean,
it's a tall order, man. There's so much competition for free time, and it's kind of one of them. It's like when there's a trending game or a trending genre, you kind of convince yourself like, oh, we need to be there, but you're also kind of screwing yourself, because if you're not as good as the competition, then you're just sort of like a Temu version of the competition. And I'm not necessarily saying that's what Marathon is, but there is so many other similar games which are also vying for the same users, the same finite amount of users. So what do you do? What do you do? I really don't know. In my mind, the only answer is Destiny 3. That is the only answer for me. But that would be a huge undertaking. It would be massively expensive, and it would be a huge risk at a time where I'm not sure if Sony's like eager to take on that kind of risk right now, or any studio for that matter.
Do you think it just comes down to money? Like, because it makes you wonder, like, why wasn't Destiny 3 in production? Right? Does it simply come down to like, well, Destiny 3 is a $300 to $400 to $500 million project, and they just weren't willing to fund that at that time? Is that really what it comes down to, you think?
Possibly. I think like there is a set of expectations involved with Destiny that make it hard to build as a game. And it's not like Warframe or World of Warcraft, which have like these stylized this stylized art style, which can produce content more rapidly. Like Destiny has a sort of realistic kind of art style, which kind of precludes it from a rapid content cadence in some ways. So I think in order to make Destiny kind of like Destiny 3 to be viable and deliver content at a rapid clip, it would either need to have a subscription, which I don't think the audience wants, or it would need to have a stylized art style, which again, I don't know if the audience wants. Bungie and Destiny was always like this really expensive game to make. That's why Activision bailed. It's why Microsoft didn't bite when Bungie tried to sell to Microsoft. Like the business model was fraught, you know. And this is why like you see games like Diablo. Diablo is kind of superficially similar to Destiny in some regards, because it does have that sort of like the live service. It's funded by cosmetic microtransactions, but like they've also got the added benefit of being part of the Blizzard ecosystem. So they can kind of like some degree get away with selling $80 World of Warcraft cosmetics bundles in Destiny, in Diablo, and I see people buying them. I see people spending enormous amounts of money because of all this nostalgia that's kind of tied to it. But and I know that Destiny's kind of tried to do similar. They have the Star Wars cosmetics, right? But then you know, paying Disney for licensing too. It's tough, man. So they got to compete with Warframe. They got to compete with all the other kind of stuff. A huge amount of risk. I don't know, but it's tough, man. Tough. This is why another reason why I don't think Diablo 5, by the way. I don't think Diablo 5 has dedicated servers. I think they go back to being a peer-to-peer multiplayer game with Diablo 5, like Diablo 3 was. Because it's just too expensive. Like dedicated servers constantly running, expensive, bro, and that's what Destiny has. Not an MMO. You can only pay that. You can only really pay for that with guaranteed ongoing revenue, like a subscription, like World of Warcraft. So I think the business model just doesn't work. And I think Microsoft identified that, and I think that's why they didn't buy it. I don't know.
I mean, we'll see how it goes.
I hope it sticks around. It'd be such a waste if it goes.
This gotta make you more. I don't want to say like happy, but also kind of like, hey, you look at World of Warcraft and how long it's survived. You know, because games don't last forever, but like World of Warcraft is, even though like World of Warcraft
because of them graphics.
Sure, but I mean, World of Warcraft is also like it's not the juggernaut it once was, right? Like its peak numbers are way down from what it used to do years and years and years and years ago.
It's about half as big as it was during Wrath, yeah.
But I mean, it's still probably an incredibly profitable game to run, which is why they still do it. Which makes you wonder about Destiny. If like Destiny was making all this money, wouldn't they continue to support it? I wonder what the profit margins and everything look like for Destiny. Was it actually bringing in a ton of money, or was it like stagnant?
No.
You know, because they do try to sell you a lot of stuff in that game. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, stranger things have happened. Maybe they can revitalize Marathon and people end up loving it, and then like they get enough time to kind of like build whatever game they want to after it, and whether that's Destiny 3 or something else. But then, man, that Sony acquisition looks, I don't know, that Sony acquisition looks worse and worse every single moment, right? Like you spent $3.6 billion on that studio, and like they're one of the reasons you canceled that Last of Us Online game, which I still think if that Last of Us Online game actually released, I think that game would have been super successful. But
the survival genre is huge.
I think it would have been super successful.
For not for them.
And you know, Sony was looking for that live service hit, which they did get with Helldivers 2.
Which they don't own.
Well, no, they own the Helldivers 2 IP.
They don't own the studio, though.
Well, no, they don't own the studio, but I mean, they own the IP, and you know, it is theirs. I'm just saying, like, they wanted a live service hit. They got one with Helldivers 2, but then they had the, you know, Concord, which lasted 2 weeks. Marathon, clearly, as much as I love the game, and as much as my friends love the game, I wouldn't classify that as a success at all. It definitely, I think, if you're looking at it from Sony's and Bungie's perspective, it's probably a big disappointment. Now, like Destiny 2 is put into maintenance mode, which was probably supposed to bring a lot of money for years and years and years. Who knows what Bungie does next? They canceled Deviations game, which shut down the studio. Then they built a new studio and canceled that one. Blue Point gets closed because they were making a God of War live service game, and then Sony just closed them. I honestly, like, who knows what's going to happen with Fair Games? Is that game even going to see the light of day?
Rumor is that's been rebranded to Break-In.
Oh, is that what that trademark was for?
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I have seen suggestions that it's a rebrand of the game, but maybe it isn't. Maybe it's a separate game.
I think Break-In is probably a better name than Fair Games with with the money symbol at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big cringe.
Remember Sony said that Bungie offered them they were going to get more value out of Bungie than Microsoft was going to get out of ABK.
Is that what they said?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, you're going to say what the Jim Ryan era, but
oh boy,
man, what timeline are we in here? You know, like,
of the turntables.
You thought, like, Bungie, like, they are coming off of Halo, the hottest free agents around. Destiny 2, massive. Destiny 1, Destiny 2, massive. Activision drops them, and you're like, oh, is there something wrong? Sony buys them, and there's a good chance by this time, end of next year, that maybe they don't even exist anymore, which would be incredibly sad. Incredibly sad. Jez, so Xbox, I forgot to mention, like, there's a couple things that Xbox did while I was gone. Apparently, if
did a lot of stuff when you were there.
Yeah. So if you type Xbox now, apparently the right way to spell Xbox is all caps now.
I hate that. I hate that, man.
Look, we all talk about, like, meaningful changes that Xbox is doing with some cool things, like, hey, achievement fixes, achievement updates, like the gamer score badges and the console updates they're doing. All great. Love to see more in-depth stuff with that, right? But the whole, like, Xbox thing, like, I just shook my head. Like, I was just like, what are we doing? I mean, to be fair, it was like a Twitter poll, and then it was like, whatever. But they introduced player voice, which is something we've had before, where, you know, people could submit ideas or whatever. That's why, like, a lot of, like, Asha's current things she's doing reminds me a lot of what Phil was doing when he first took over. Do you see any of the similarities there with some of the stuff that's
a
little similar things? So I wasn't
I've been skeptical, to be honest.
It's what making you skeptical.
Yeah, because it's like Microsoft's all like, oh yeah, we need to fix this today, which is what they did with Phil, and then when they get bored, they fuck it all up. So yeah, bit skeptical, bro.
So you're saying, like, the Xbox player voice thing was cool back then, and then when they had enough of it, they got rid of it, and now they brought it back because they need it again?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, either way.
I've been around long enough to smell a rat.
Well, let's talk about the 20 most requested things here. Quickly, we have number 20, remove ads from the home screen. I really don't think this is likely to happen. They probably make too much money from that. No. Although I don't understand why they don't include that as a tier for Ultimate. Like, seriously, like, a lot of services offer, like YouTube, get YouTube Premium, get no more ads, right? Netflix, highest tier, no ads. I don't know why they don't include that into Ultimate as just like a perk of, like, you get this and you get no ads. As just a thing, as like an extra value incentive. Like, oh, don't want to see any ads on your home screen? Like, pay to remove it. Like, it seems like literally every service out there does. But maybe they feel they don't have to. But I don't see them doing that. Add music to the home screen. I guess that probably is easy to do, but I don't really see them doing that either. Now this one I like here, Jez. It's 100% achievement rewards like PlayStation Platinum trophies. The more I see them doing with achievements, like, originally it was just like highlighting the games you got 100% in, and it was like the new like achievement icons that they did when you unlock stuff. And now they added the gamer score badge. It really does feel like they are eventually going to be doing something more meaningful. And I actually kind of think they're going to do 100%, like platinum stuff.
So
I think it's all leading up to there, because I think you get some of the stuff.
It'd be weird to bother with all this easy stuff and then not go hard later.
So I feel like that'll come at some point. Legacy Xbox game achievements. I know people have been asking this since back compat stuff. I really don't think it's ever going to happen.
Yes. Too much dev complexity there.
Yeah, official support for Ukraine. I don't really know much about this, but sure, why not?
There's obviously there's extenuating services with regard to that, but I do think it'll happen eventually.
Okay, stream games to
sure.
YouTube, which is always something that people bitched about that it didn't have, because you could stream games to Twitch, you could stream your games to Mixer, but for whatever reason, you could never stream games to YouTube, which people wanted because PlayStation had that, and it was like,
I think part of it requires some input from Google. Google hates Microsoft, so that's probably unlikely as well.
Yeah,
but who knows?
Add voice chat clip recording, which is something that people have also been asking for a while, because there are a lot of cool moments that happen, like with your friends, that you would love to clip and hear people talking over it.
The reactions, yeah.
Yeah. It would be cool. I don't know. I also sort of feel like that's probably not going to happen. Same thing with boost, FPS boost. I could see something happening with like Helix, where maybe there's some sort of thing where you can play a game on it and it runs better or something, but I don't necessarily think we'll get like another FPS boost stuff. Lower the price of Xbox hardware, Jez. What's the likelihood of Xbox cutting price of their systems at this point? I think there's more of a likelihood of them increasing the price again, isn't there?
Yeah, probably. I think that in the short term, there's a very little chance of this. From what I've heard, they're actually losing money again on the boxes because of the price of memory. So I'm not expecting them to cut prices anytime soon. In fact, probably increase prices. So, as Microsoft's contracts for memory expire, they'll probably have to increase prices to keep pace, better or worse. But there is some hopium in the PC gaming community that China is about to enter the race and break the memory cartel, as people often refer to it as. And if Chinese companies can offer a cheaper alternative to sort of the Samsung kind of RAM that sort of is keeping prices up, then maybe the prices could come down. But in the short term, I highly doubt it.
What about this next one? Because I know you'd probably be happy about this. Expand Xbox Play Anywhere to older games.
Yeah, I'd love to see that happen, but at the same time, it's also, I find it to be unlikely, because for devs, there needs to be some upside, and at the end of the day, for Xbox Play Anywhere, they need to have like a new version. So like Kingdom Come Deliverance, for example, that was launched as part of the Game Pass deal. So I think to get some of those older games requires some kind of Game Pass deal for it to happen. But then at the same time, it's like, for example, if Dark Souls came to Game Pass in exchange for Xbox Play Anywhere, would that actually deliver new engagement to Dark Souls? Would that be worth it for both parties? That kind of thing. So I do think that there'll be times where this does happen. Like we saw it happen with Resident Evil Village, for example. Resident Evil Village came to Game Pass and it got Play Anywhere. So I do think it'll happen here and there, but as a wholesale kind of thing, it's still going to be spotty, I think, unfortunately.
I mean, I think, I don't know if they'll go back to older games, but I think you'll see Xbox Play Anywhere be more in like the newer games moving forward than the older stuff. At least it's kind of my read on it. I mean, it would be nice if they were like, hey, all the older games got it, but there's probably some studios that don't want to do any of that work or don't even work on that game, and they're just like, nah, it's not worth our time. Now
Yeah,
here's
like a lot of the older Xbox games don't even have it because it's just, not worth the effort.
yeah. Now here's one they've already. So the Xbox player voice thing was announced on Monday, the 18th, and this is one that's already been completed and done. Change playtime from days to hours. It's such a simple thing, and I'm pretty sure people have asked for this a while back. It's not like it's not like this is the first time I've seen people ask like why does it got to be in days? And it's like it's not hard to turn days into hours, right? But it's just like, well, why not just have it? Why not cut the middleman out of it? Right? Why do I have to do the math myself? I guess, and just tell me the hours. And yeah, they've already done it. They've already shipped it. It's the playtime is now in hours. So that's a nice little thing they can say. Like, hey, we're listening to your player voice, and we've already shipped one of those suggestions, right?
Yep.
Which is an easy thing to do. HDR dashboard support. I'd like this very much.
Yeah, that one's irritating. Very
yeah,
irritating.
It sure is. I hope hopefully it'll work. Hopefully it'll work. I wish they would add it. Boost support in Brazil. They are a very passionate fan base in Brazil.
Matt Booty, not Matt Booty, the other Booty, the other B, Matt Ball. He talked a lot about Latin America, Middle East, China, as growth opportunities for the traditional gaming industry. So I would expect them to boost investment in that area. The problem is with Brazil and some other Latin American states. There's there's geopolitical stuff, tariffs and taxes and all that kind of thing. But this is this is like the Trump administration just sent a huge delegation out to China, for example. And these kind of at these kind of events, they do there's a lot of lobbying going on, trying to palms being greased and all that kind of thing. But trade deals do emerge out of them. Like I think China committed to buy 200 Boeing 747s, for example, which is a lot of money for Boeing. So for Microsoft to cut through some of that would probably require our old pal Brad Smith to get involved, which is kind of like Brad Smith is the Microsoft president. You might remember him from his work in the UK to get the ABK deal over the line. He did a lot of work lobbying in the UK and lobbying in the European Union. So it might require some political maneuvering to actually sort of make it business viable because the tariffs and taxes and that kind of thing is a prohibiting factor with regards to bringing Xbox to some of these regions. So I think it's definitely possible, but we'll have to wait and see.
Right. Bring back Xbox avatars. I can't believe this is as high as it is. People seem to love their avatars. No, I don't get it, but okay.
No, bro. This is actually again right in Matthew Ball's wheelhouse, because one of the things Matthew Ball talks a lot about is the metaverse. And that's not the stupid bullshit VR thing that Mark Zuckerberg tried to define
the book that he wrote that people clown him for because he got everything wrong on it, kind of thing.
Well, this is the issue with that, right? Mark Zuckerberg rebranded his whole company to Meta and framed the metaverse as something you wear on your head.
Yep.
That is not really what the metaverse actually is. The metaverse is super apps. It's like apps like Roblox, which can do everything. And, these infinite platforms which users can generate infinite amounts of content on, and basically live inside. That's kind of really what the metaverse is. Microsoft has Minecraft for this purpose. The problem is, though, that Microsoft has historically kind of let Minecraft sit around and kind of do its own thing. It's never bothered to try and integrate Minecraft into any of its platform stuff. So for me, like the play for me is, and like the request to bring back avatars in my mind, is proof that, at least to some degree, Matt Ball is right. The kids yearn for the mines, the kids yearn for avatars, the kids yearn for the metaverse. So in my mind, like, the play should be to bring back Xbox avatars, but sort of integrate them into Minecraft, and make Minecraft the avatar layer of Xbox Live and integrate all that stuff more deeply. Because it's the thing that makes using the platform fun. And I've argued this before, that Xbox, Phil, and Microsoft saw gaming in a too much of a utilitarian context. Gaming is supposed to be fun, not just the games, but the platform too. When I was setting up my Nintendo Switch, and doing that out of box experience, even like the Nintendo Switch out of box experience is fun. It's got the fun, cute music, all that kind of stuff. Whereas like Xbox is just kind of like, robotic, whatever. So I do think, like, even though like we might think avatars are a little bit silly or whatever, there's something to be said about it. And I do think that they'll do something with it, but it'll probably be Minecraft.
Yeah, I mean, the Avatar stuff was super successful. I think it was. And then they just
It
sort
was like Nike had stuff for it, like
yeah,
there were brands in
but
it.
it was like the dashboard was kind of revolved around that, and then when they changed it with the Xbox One,
They undid it all, yeah.
yeah, they undid it all. Like avatars were basically like further back and more in your profiles that nobody ever really goes to. Because before with the 360 dashboard, like the avatars were like front and center. When you could join a party and everybody's avatars was hanging around and you could see what people were wearing and everything. They like
I love that shit.
I don't know. I wouldn't say they specifically designed that dash like the new Xbox experience when that hit around that, but it definitely was like a major reason for it. And then they did the Xbox One, and then the avatars just really every single year that went on, they just got less important and less focused until they basically just were gone.
They should bring it back.
Should they bring it back?
Yeah.
But even if they brought it back, you need to have a new dashboard. The avatars do not fit with the current dashboard. Which I guess you could argue like, well, maybe we will get a new dashboard, but I mean, we've had the same one for quite a bit. But if you're going to bring back avatars, they need to be displayed prominently. And that's just not how the Xbox current dashboard is. So
you're not wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But you're gonna say yes on this one. I'm gonna say no. Disc-based game support for Xbox Helix. Oh, how many times have we talked about this in the past? About will they or won't they put a disc drive in Helix? And I missed the whole thing where there was like a new code names. Xbox was Xbox Positron or whatever the hell it was, or
Positron,
Positron, which was what, like a.
So for those who missed it, Positron was found in the game files, and it was described with sort of dev comment as a disc to digital program. So something where you could take your Xbox discs and convert them into digital licenses. In theory. So it kind of hints at the idea that the next Xbox probably is not going to have a disc drive.
Yes, which we sort of wondered, like, what are you going to do to all the people who do have discs? But then again, I also just I just don't think Microsoft. Well, who would you take your disc to get the digital copy? Like, at least before, when people thought about this, they'd be like, you could take your disc to a Microsoft store, give them the disc,
you just put it in your Xbox.
And what? You just get a digital game?
You just get the digital version, yeah.
And then what? What do you do with? Do you just have the license forever then at that point?
I honestly don't know. Like, can they brick the disc?
I mean, but I'm saying, like, if Helix doesn't have a disc drive,
they have to brick the disc, right?
But if like Helix doesn't have a disc drive, how are you supposed
use your
to
old
do that?
Xbox.
Well, what if you don't have one?
Well, if you don't have one, then you probably don't have any discs anyway.
No, but so I'm saying like you hook up. So in this scenario that you present, you get Helix, but then you bust out your Xbox Series X, and then you just feed it your discs. So then it licenses a digital game and ties it to your account profile, so that when you go over to Helix, you could pull those games down and download them.
Yeah, maybe it's like an amnesty, but also at the same
Does that
time,
sound
it's
like something that
they
Microsoft would do?
they can't
I
just
just
do
I just don't.
they can't do that because like people would like you'd be able to take the discs and give everyone a copy of the
Sure.
game.
Yes.
Like what do you have to do? Do you have to brick the disc? I remember as a kid, and don't tell Tim Sweeney this, but there was a kid in my school that had Unreal Tournament 99 on disc, and he brought it to school and shared it with everyone, and because it had no DRM, so everyone got a copy of Unreal Tournament 99. Every single person in my school, um, you know, and no one had to pay for it because there's no DRM on the disc. So I suppose like Microsoft and their developer partners would want to avoid that scenario.
Absolutely.
But absolutely.
What would be stopping you from just renting every single Xbox physical game, like going on GameFly and just renting every single game and then just getting a digital copy of every single game? You know?
Yeah, for sure.
Plus, like, I guess you could argue what's in it for Microsoft. You always got to wonder what's in it for Microsoft. Like, why would they even support this? Would they partner with GameStop, where like you go to GameStop, you get like
convert the disc,
you give them the disc, and then they give you like a digital code. Is that how it would work?
That's probably how it would have to work. Yeah, I suppose.
But then it's like, what's in it for GameStop outside of just taking in old people, like old
get
Xbox
people in
games?
the shop?
Yeah, but okay, yeah, to get people in the shop, but
when's the last time you went in a GameStop?
2014 for the launch of Titanfall.
And you get people in they get people in the shop and then upsell.
I guess.
You know?
I guess.
Or maybe they get like, I don't know, a few bucks per disc or something. Because it's in Microsoft's mind, it's like, okay, we lock that person into the ecosystem then. There's upside for Microsoft.
Number 5.
But we need to wait and see how it all plays out because we don't really know how it's going to work yet.
We don't even know if it's actually going to ever be a thing. Could just be one of those test beds.
Like a test thing, yeah. Yeah, maybe it won't even come out.
Number 5 is Xbox Game Pass family plan support, which we already sort of talked about.
That one.
Don't really see this happening unless EA is not part of Game Pass anymore, really. So would be great. People were looking forward to it, and then it just disappeared.
Put that in the chat. Would people rather have Xbox Game Pass Family Plan or EA Play in Game Pass Ultimate?
I mean, I think people would rather have a Game Pass Family Plan because even EA Play, I don't even need to do a poll for that. It's just EA Play is literally you can play the game a year later. Like, who would choose play EA games a year later versus actually being able to maybe get more people on a Game Pass in a cheaper tier? Like, come on. You know what I mean? Have you ever used anything from EA Play? I never have.
Never. I've used the game trial maybe twice. Twice, bro.
Number 4 is separate Xbox achievements between base games and DLCs. Now, keep in mind, this is all like user player voice stuff that people vote on. So this is even higher than the Platinum Xbox trophy. People have been wanting this for a long time too, because that's how PlayStation does it. Like on Xbox, if it just gets added to the main score, so like you get your 1,000 out of 1,000, and then they add 250, and it's like 1,000 out of 1,250, and you're like, God damn it! But on like PlayStation, it's like a subcategory underneath the main game. So if it's like, there's like the OCD compulsion for people where it's like, I have to do this because I ruined my completion type shit. Right?
It's ruined the completion, yeah. I appreciate that immensely.
I mean, if they're going to do an Xbox Platinum, which I feel like they should call it an Emerald Trophy because it just sort of fits.
I agree.
Then they should do this as well. That'd be great. Number 3, make online multiplayer free. Man.
Yeah, it's problematic, isn't it?
I mean, it's constantly always one of the most wished things, and there's at
I know
least
from speaking to people at Xbox, like even Xbox, like they know it's an anachronistic. It's like it's a relic of an older age. And with Steam, like I do think like paid multiplayer in the age of PC gaming growing makes the argument to have paid multiplayer incredibly difficult. But at the same time, it's the thing that pays for the console. You know, Microsoft will be leaving millions of dollars on the table if it did this. So it's a very difficult, tough sell. And I kind of feel like under Phil, the plan was to go with that for Helix, but sell lower volumes of hardware. But is that still going to be the plan? You know,
I
hard
don't
to
know.
say. That one.
I mean, the
Tough one, yeah.
multiplayer, the whole multiplayer talk about free versus paid, I feel like was also a bigger talking point, like not this generation, but like maybe like the Xbox One gen, especially. Remember when it was free on PS3 and Xbox 360 had to pay, and it was like part of the console war, where it's like, oh, you get what you pay for, right? Because like PlayStation got hacked and whatnot, and like Xbox was, Xbox Live was better,
Yeah.
and then like PlayStation then locked their multiplayer behind it, and it really sort of seemed, at least to me, that people don't really talk that much about multiplayer because all the biggest multiplayer games now are free to play, which means you don't need to pay for multiplayer. Like you don't, if you just played Fortnite or Apex Legends on your Xbox, you don't need to pay for the multiplayer.
No.
So it's like, I don't know if that's a big, like, imagine a scenario in a couple years, like whether Helix comes out next year or the year after or whatever, and they make multiplayer free. I'm not even sure that makes waves because
you think?
I don't really think it really does because all the games, like you look at the most played games on there, they're all free to play and they're all basically free anyways. If this was 10 years ago, it absolutely would. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people are like, oh, you don't have to pay for multiplayer on Xbox. Maybe that's where you go to play it. But I feel like people sort of just accepted paying for multiplayer, and then when everything went free to play, like you don't need to play for multiplayer if you don't want to. And like the only game that you really sort of need it for is Call of Duty because everything else is you can just play for free. So I feel like free-to-play games has sort of lessened the impact of it. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean.
We'll see what happens with Helix, because you would imagine you come out with the box set, you can play Steam on there, and you could just, well, why would I buy this game on Xbox and pay for multiplayer when I can just buy it on Steam and play it for free? And everything's got cross-play for the most part. So we're going to be playing, I can play with my friends through Discord, which Xbox has, Discord on it, and so does PlayStation. So it's like, why would I pay for, unless I care about achievements and that sort of thing, like why not get the one that would cost you less?
Yeah.
We'll see what they do with that. Number 2 is boost Xbox backwards compatibility. So, I think we'll see some more of this. I wouldn't be shocked if we see some of this at like the showcase or the 25th anniversary. I think is a good spot for this.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know what would be any new game. I think it might be one of the like a last batch of like Singularity and some of the licenses they might have from like the Activision stuff. I just can't imagine them being like, actually, we're going to be releasing monthly back compat drops with more games. I think they got the ones they could get when they originally did all this. And now it's like, okay, we got the team back together, 25th anniversary. We're going to do this, and that's going to be it. And they're more focused on things working right moving forward than trying to get like the older stuff to work correctly.
What are some outstanding games you want to see on backwards compatibility? Say in the chat. Let me know in the comments.
Yeah,
and
if you were
also
asking
Rand,
me,
do you
I
have
was gonna
any?
say you're not asking me because I would say zero. I couldn't care
There's
less.
nothing.
I couldn't care less about
Nothing you
backwards
want. Nothing you
compatibility.
just want for posterity. Even
Nothing. Not a damn thing, Jez. Not a damn
Transformers
thing.
is the one that people often bring up to me. Transformers.
I mean, yeah. I'm not even sure. I think there's how many like
I never played the original, so that would be my pick. Singularity,
Transformers.
man. Singularity is the one that I want. Personally, I want Singularity. That was the one I was really annoyed didn't come through. Singularity.
Yeah.
So, and they own it. They own Singularity. So there's no excuse.
There's no excuses anymore. But the number one most important thing that Xbox fans want, according to Player Voice, is a return to Xbox exclusive games. Like they had to have known when they did this fucking thing that this would be number one. Like they had to have. And if they didn't, then like they're like I don't. If they didn't think this would be number one, then I don't even know if they should be like. I don't want to say they shouldn't be running the company, but like, are you dumb? Like you knew just like this player sentiment. It was like people want this, you know, because they sort of feel like the Xbox identity has basically been destroyed. That you know maybe even the console itself has sort of doesn't even have a life anymore. Like if everything kind of was going the way it was going, it was only a matter of time before it sort of went away. And you know, people see Nintendo doing their exclusive stuff and PlayStation doubling back down on their own, and Netflix having their exclusives, and Disney Plus, like everything everywhere has their own exclusives except for Xbox. And it's like, are we actually going to get this back? And I think part of it, and the reason people say this is because Asha's talked about it as well. One of her first things is after she took over from Phil was to respond to a fan that tagged her, asked about exclusives. She said, heard you or hear you. It's like she didn't have to say that. You know, she even mentioned in the little blog post how they're going to, you know, rethink how they do exclusives and windowing. Like they've brought it up consistently and constantly. So it's not like fans are being, we want exclusives, and Xbox is like, no, not listening, and just completely ignoring it. Like they're almost sort of fanning the flames to a certain extent, a little bit.
I agree.
So, which makes me believe that there is, and I think the last 2 weeks since I haven't been here, which, you know, I miss podcasting with you. It feels great to sit back down here in front of my computer, which also broke. I had to get my PC
you haven't had
fixed.
much luck lately.
My PSU went kaput, so I had to get a new one put in here. But one of the other things I saw while I really haven't been plugged in this past week with no PC. Like doing stuff on the phone instead of the PC is just a nightmare. I hate browsing stuff on my phone or whatever. So, but I did see one of the things I missed was like Tom Warren reported that like Asha and the people there were talking about exclusivity and different ways to do it and stuff. And I don't know if you saw what he said about that, but it's kind of what you originally reported, like how there is high level discussions internally about those things.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
So it kind of, to me, this, like, I know originally when Asha got hired, I was like, I don't see how exclusives can come back because Satya and Amy still run the show. They still want the 30%. And like, what are they going to do to get back the revenue and all if you take it away? And these games are budgeted for the PlayStation stuff. And I'm like, how's this going to work? Well, it's like, well, eventually I think it was reported that the 30% is not really a thing anymore. And
that was me.
Yeah, for you. And it's like, she's got more leeway, and she's got people in there maybe realize, like Matthew Ball or whatever, that, hey, maybe you actually need exclusive content if we're actually going to, you know, get back and have the console to be a success and all these sort of things. And it's like, all right, well, it definitely seems like this might be back on the menu. But then I sort of worry, because this comes back to like Satya. Like I said when we talked about this last time, that the problem with Xbox the last few years has always been a shifting change of priorities. Like they would have a goal and they'd work towards it, and then suddenly something would change, and now something that was important is now not important. And they just change their goals often, and you never sort of knew like, okay, what's going on here, and
which way is the wind blowing?
Yeah,
today?
so it's like with Asha, it's like great. She seems to have a plan. She's learning. She's surrounding people with very smart people, saying all the right things, even if these PR wins about, hey, we're gonna capitalize Xbox. It's like whatever, like dumb thing, but whatever. But I sort of being like, okay, if you can see the value of this thing, which I think they do see the value of exclusives, because I think they're looking around and they're seeing like the data sets and all that stuff. And look how successful Forza Horizon 6 is right now without it being on PlayStation. It's like super successful. It's one of the most successful games out this year. Now you could argue, well, yeah, it would be more successful on PlayStation, but you can make that argument for literally every single game that's ever come out. Would God of War be more successful if it was on PlayStation and Nintendo and PC day one? Absolutely. But it doesn't have to be, because there's also value in prioritizing your own ecosystem and to drive people to you to then sell games to them and all those sort of things. Like the things that just, we talked about this. So it's like,
well, it's quite interesting because Matt Ball does identify platform fees as a big barrier to growth. And, there's one theme is a 30% cut. Google Play just announced they're lowering their cut to 20%. So like, even like Google is like, we want to compete for content here. We need to make devs a better offer than what Apple's offering. And historically speaking, like developers prioritize the Apple ecosystem because
it's where people spend the most
users
money.
People are more spendy there. But like if I'm like looking at Google Play now and like, oh, they're actually offering me a much better cut.
Yeah, but what's a better
spicy,
cut of 0% is still 0%. That's the problem. That's the problem. Because like,
Android's still the biggest platform in the world.
Sure, but their users don't spend nearly as much money as Apple users, though. That's the problem.
Well, it's because their users are distributed across the whole world. Like Android users in the United States absolutely do spend money,
Right.
So it's and Google is closing their. Oh, that's another thing. Google's closing the ecosystem this year. But by the end of this year, you won't be able to sideload apps. So like piracy is pretty rampant on Android as well.
Mm-hmm.
So Google's closing some of those gaps as well to try and bring some of that back. But the point is that even Google knows the value of a closed ecosystem.
Sure. Yeah.
And they're closing their ecosystem fast, and they're closing it to Microsoft. So if I'm Microsoft and I'm watching like Google close down their ecosystem, Apple's already closed their ecosystem, and you've got Steam as well that are building a closed ecosystem. I don't care what anyone says. Nobody's going to use the Linux desktop environment on a Steam Deck or a Steam machine. That is 100% going to be 95% of people are going to use that as a closed ecosystem platform. The new Steam controller doesn't even work with Xbox Game Pass. Steam is building a closed ecosystem. Every one of these platforms is becoming closed, while Microsoft's playing the banjo and singing "Kumbaya."
Right. Well, my whole
Not
thing was like,
bro.
is even so much that is like I worry about her being given the time to actually see her vision through, because I don't think this is something that's like, even if like, let's imagine a scenario, hypothetically, of course. Let's just imagine we get to the showcase and they pull Halo from PlayStation and they pull Gears from PlayStation and suddenly they're back to being exclusive, right? I don't think this will happen. But let's just say it did. Does that solve Xbox's issues? Does that make all of a sudden Xbox a desirable place to want to buy an Xbox Series X and S? Does you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it does, because this is something that needs to, well, it's going to take multiple years to fix. You got to fix an image problem first and foremost. I know people don't like to think there's an image problem, but there definitely is an image perception problem that Xbox has, in the wider audience. So even if you pulled and was like, well, actually Halo's only coming on Xbox and actually Gears E-Day is only on Xbox, I don't really think that doesn't solve the core problems. Like, this is something that's going to take 5 or 10 years. 5 to 10 years to actually
need
change.
Like a consistent strategy of exclusivity.
Yes,
you can't just do it once and then just be like,
you need to have a consistent flow of great games, but not only great games, but also highly anticipated games that people want to go out and spend money on your platform to pick up. And like, you can sabotage yourself by being like, well, actually Halo 1 remake's going to be multi-platform. Elder Scrolls 6 will be timed exclusive, and you can screw all that up. But I mean, like, it's going to take a lot of work. They got a lot of work in front of them, and I think like Asha's up to the task. But I just don't know if Satya is going to give her the rope to be like, all right, we'll give you a year. And it's like, but a year's not enough time. Like, things aren't going to change enough time, especially if they don't have the stock ready to. Like, what good is, like, you could make the argument, like, what good is Gears E-Day being exclusive if you don't have the consoles to sell alongside it? Right? If you don't have the hardware to sell for the exclusive
what
games,
you said though,
it's
still if it's not necessarily about making money and it's more about building up brand equity.
Sure, that's what it's going to be about. But I'm just saying, from their perspective, they're going to be like, well, we don't got any consoles to sell, and we've spent this much money on this game. Why are we not going to sell it over here and make money? Like, it's not going to help us out. It's almost the same conversation that Phil had with Paris and like Snowbike Mike and Kind of Funny, where it's like, even if Starfield was 11 out of 10, people aren't choosing Xbox because we lost the last generation to lose. That's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because like, you had this, like, you didn't really have games, and then like the games you put out were just okay, and then it was like, you didn't really give yourself a chance, and everything just went multi-platform, and it was like, well, I guess we'll never know. We'll never know now. And yeah, I would agree. Like, even if Starfield was an 11 out of 10, it wouldn't change anything, because people aren't really going to buy a system for one single game. But maybe they buy a system for, I don't know, 10 Starfields that are 11 out of 10. But that speaks to more of like your studios, and do you actually have faith in them releasing like anticipated like games that people want to spend money on and stuff? So I don't know if that's maybe people should have been asking is like, well, man, Phil doesn't have faith in some of the studios to make, games that people really, really want. Like, look at Forza Horizon 6. People clearly want that game. Now, you could argue, like, dude, they want to buy an Xbox for it. I mean, 2.1 million, at least according to Linear Analytics, they played that on PC. Would those people have bought an Xbox for it? Maybe, maybe not. I would probably go, probably not. I think PC is PC sort of thing. But
I mean, I literally just bought a Switch because I know those games will never come to PC. I know Star Fox will never come to PC.
Until Valve comes out and buys Nintendo.
God.
Hey, remember Take-Two just said they're...
Do you think that could happen?
I don't know. Do you see Take-Two just said they're looking to acquire with the money they get from Grand Theft Auto 6? What if Take-Two bought Nintendo?
What? Or if Take-Two...
I mean, who's Take-Two looking to buy, do you think, with Grand Theft Auto 6 money? What do you think? Who would they buy?
Well, that's a good question.
Are we back in acquisition season? Or is this acquisition season for Take-Two because they got the golden goose? So they can just do whatever they want. How about that? Wasn't there supposed to be GTA 6 pre-orders this week? I thought that was a sure thing that was supposed to happen, yes?
Who said that?
I thought everybody said it was happening because of the Best Buy email that was going around. And everybody was like, oh my God. And then people were so disappointed when there wasn't. It's like, shut up. You guys are all going to get the game no matter what. Like, whenever marketing starts for this game, which I think Strauss said like end of summer or beginning of summer, which is like next month, end of next month, they're going to start marketing it. And it doesn't matter if it didn't happen that day. It's going to happen at some point. But pivoting back to the Xbox exclusive things, I think it's inevitable. I don't know how big or how small it's going to be. I don't know if it'll be. I don't know how they'll present it because like Fable still has to come to PlayStation. So does Halo. I don't think they're going to like cancel those and being like rug pull them. So I still think those will come out. It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. Like Gears E Day hasn't been announced for PlayStation, so they can definitely get away with being like, well, actually, we'll hold this one for ourselves, or be like Forza Horizon 6, where it's like it'll come later. But then it's like a matter of, are we just going to be doing it with single player games and small single player games? Because we've seen how that happened with like Avowed and South of Midnight, didn't move the needle. So. You know, I feel like the games...
They're both also very unimpressive games.
Well, that's not true. South of Midnight just won the Canadian Game Awards. How dare you say that about South of Midnight?
No one cares what Canada thinks.
Oh, man. All of our Canadian,
I'm kidding.
All of our Canadian listeners just stop listening to the podcast.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Sorry, Canada.
We'll see what happens at the showcase.
I really like poutine.
You know, we'll see what...
Poutine's nice.
We'll see what happens at the showcase. They could make an announcement there. Maybe they could make an announcement afterwards. Maybe they don't say anything until next year. I don't know. But I do feel like it's going to happen. It's just a matter of like how big, how small, how much, timed, full. They got a lot. She's got a lot. I mean, as I said before, I think this could be right or wrong. But when it comes to the fans, this decision is going to determine her leadership, like how people view her. You can do all the nice little things like updates to the console and capitalize the Xbox and all this other stuff, but when it comes to the hardcore fans, this is the decision that to them is the one that matters. So if you do what they want, you'll be Empress Asha all day, every day for them. But if you don't, you'd be out with the garbage. So
curtains.
Let's see. Anything else? Anything else? Did I miss anything from last week, Jez?
Oh, probably, but
probably. We got Champagne Supernova says, Jez, you still rocking the Dagestan wrestler beard?
Yeah, so I think you missed this, Rand. So
I guess so.
I was trying to trim my beard, right?
I
was trying to trim my mustache specifically because it gets you know this as a man, gets in your mouth if you got too much mustache. So I was trying to trim it, but I severely fucked it up. So I was just like, man, now I've got to lose the whole thing because now it just looks dumb. So I shaved it off, and then I did the podcast solo on camera last week. People clowning me, bro. They were clowning. They were bullying me, straight up bullying me. My mustache, bro. My lack of mustache. They said I look like a Quaker. They said I look like an Amish. They said I look like a garden gnome. So yeah, I had this long beard and no mustache. I couldn't hide from it, bro. I got brutalized. I got cyberbullied, basically.
Damn, bro. It's gonna be. I'm kind of looking forward to the next Halo being announced for PlayStation. I almost sort of want the next Halo and Gears to come to PlayStation so I can see you so you can shave your beard.
Oh my god, no.
I think
you don't realize how much of a gamble this is for me because I do not look good.
But you won't have to pay that off for a while though. It's not like Halo 2 or Gears, whatever would be the next Gears game are going to be announced.
The internet never forgets, dude.
Sure, but I'm just saying.
I knew as soon as I put that out there, I was going to be held accountable to it.
So what do you think's going to happen with Gears E Day? Have you said anything about that game? Do you like? So when you say the next Gears, you're talking about the Gears game after E Day, right?
No, I was talking about Halo specifically.
Oh, Halo specifically.
I was saying okay. Yeah, I was saying the next mainline Halo won't come to PlayStation, and if it does, I will shave my beard.
So we're talking strictly only Halo next. If Halo 2 Remake came to PlayStation, you wouldn't have to shave your beard.
Well, I mean, I suppose.
But so you're already trying to wiggle out of this, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to wiggle out of it. No. Like, if there is like any after Halo remake, I don't think they'll keep putting Halo games on PlayStation.
Okay. So
But
that.
if I'm wrong, I'll shave my beard.
What about Gears? But you
And
also
that's
mentioned Gears.
well, I mean, I suppose if it would be Gears as well, wouldn't it? I would imagine. But
Well, I mean,
I was
Gears is
thinking more
nowhere
like Halo.
near the
For me,
popularity
it's
of.
like yeah. For me, it was like Halo's like the icon, the Mario of Xbox, and you need that icon. You need something you can point to, right? So personally, I think yeah, I don't think Halo keeps coming to PlayStation. I think that was a huge, monstrously brand damaging exercise, which represented absolutely no real upside. The juice was not going to be worth the squeeze, as Rand will put it, in my opinion.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right. Um, Funchado says, will Asha do something about Xbox and BNet?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Like BattleNet is obviously its own thing. It's got hundreds of millions of monthly active users using BattleNet, Overwatch. More people play Call of Duty through BattleNet than they do through Steam because for a while Call of Duty was on BattleNet but not on Steam. So there is like a huge amount of potential there to siphon off users to the Xbox PC app. But at the same time, is the Xbox PC app good enough? I would say no right now. Like the thing about BattleNet is it just works. It works well. It's not bloated. It's efficient. You know, not the prettiest app. I think it doesn't even support HD displays. So it's got like this blurry thing going on. But it works. But at the same time, I'm like, in the era that we're moving towards, where they are thinking about having this infinite metaversal kind of platform, you kind of want to bring everything together. And right now, BattleNet is very much an annoyingly separated kind of thing. I have no idea what they'll do because I think they realize there will be uproar from the Blizzard community if they were forced to use the Xbox app. There would be uproar. So we'll go either way. We'll go either way, I guess.
All right.
Honestly, don't know.
Um, Brian says, Jez, help. I have the Hori Force Feedback Racing Wheel DX for Xbox, and Horizon 6 it constantly shakes even in idle. Made sure it has current firmware.
Hmm. Don't know much about steering wheels. We do have a guy on our team called Richard Devine, who is a huge racing fan. He has steering wheels for days and also has a racing license IRL. He's actually at a NASCAR event right now, I think. So he would be the guy to ask. His name's Ricker_666 on Twitter. If you do have questions about steering wheels and shit like that, he'd be the guy to ask. I've never even used one myself. Actually, that's a lie. I used one in Okinawa. I played Mario Kart arcade machine with a steering wheel. That was pretty cool.
All right. And Champagne Supernova says, exclusivity could be this moving forward. All multiplayers, multiplat, single player exclusive, thus COD campaigns. I mean, it kind of sounds the COD thing is like a full package, though. COD's never going to be exclusive. So, like, that's multiplayer.
One thing I could see them doing, like, possibly, is keeping Halo's multiplayer, multi-platform, and then moving the campaign to exclusively on the Xbox ecosystem. I could see them doing that. I could also see them doing, like, comes to PlayStation a year later or something. But I also think it's kind of pointless to do that, but I don't know. We'll go either way.
You know,
We'll find out together.
I had a thought about, like, hey, because honestly, I think this is all just about PlayStation. What if you just, instead of releasing games on PlayStation, you just release the games on Switch too? I don't think anybody would really care.
You know, it's kind of interesting because Matt Ball does talk about Switch in his thingamabob. And he does talk about how, like, Switch kind of exists as this outlier system because it is such a unique hardware paradigm. It offers something the other platforms don't really offer today, and it's sort of like a whole different sort of value proposition. So maybe doesn't compete directly with Xbox, and it can be considered more of a companion device, and they can kind of treat it like an Xbox Ally kind of thing, like an yeah. So maybe that is the right play, but I don't know, bro.
I don't know. We'll see. But you know what? I think it's going to be time for some Patreon questions because
Sounds good to me.
it's coming up on that time. We're going to go through these fast, Jez, because I think I have a family function coming up here soon. So
All right.
we'll get through these fast
Let's
as we
do it.
can. So thank you guys for hanging out with us. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't, or the like button. Both of them would be great. If you're listening to this later on Spotify or iTunes, give us a nice rating, 5 stars, if you would be so kind. Check out our sponsor for this episode, surfshark.com/XB2, where you get 86% off a 2-year deal. If you want to support us even more directly, you can sign up for our Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you can drop some questions like this that we answer at the end of every single episode. We get to these. So, no tangents, Jez.
No tangents.
No tangents. Shay Elephant says, "Hey gents, hope you're well. And Rand, sending special regards to you and your family. My first question this week is: after the fantastic Stranger Than Heaven showcase, what game do you think the next Xbox Presents will be?" Huh.
That's a good question.
I mean, I never would have said Stranger Than Heaven in the first place. So, like, it could literally be anything.
I think maybe OD. Maybe OD wants to maintain that enigmatic kind of feel.
Yeah, but the Xbox Presents is third party. So it'd have to be a third party game.
All right, fair enough.
They already done one, Metro and Stranger Than Heaven. Both of those are supposed to be coming out this fall. God, I can't think of one. It could be anything.
I think something from Square Enix. I would like to see the next Final Fantasy 17.
There you go. That could be something. Final Fantasy. What about Final Fantasy Part 3 remake? Final Fantasy 7 remake Part 3.
Oh, fuck it, both of them.
Second question: do you think Asha or any Xbox higher ups listen to Xbox 2 or any podcast? Thank you for the good shows as always. I mean, I don't specifically know about Asha. I do know that people at Xbox have listened to the show, do listen to the show. I know Phil has listened to the show on occasion because he would message me and Jez and being like 4 hours. What the Phil was not
too long.
Phil was not a happy camp. Phil was not happy about the length of the show. No,
yeah, Phil was not a fan of the length, but I did one thing that was really cool. The last time I was in LA, Todd Howard came up and did mention that he listened to the show and asked how you were.
Lies. That's his Xbox PR telling him that to say that, Jez.
I mean, maybe
100%. Come on.
He did seem to know things, man.
Todd Howard is not listening to Xbox 2. As much as I like Todd Howard, he's a great guy. Love Starfield. He's not listening to Xbox 2 on his spare time.
I don't know, man.
But no,
he was talking about the Starfield when we were talking about Starfield. So part of me's just like, did he just listen because of Starfield?
Maybe,
which I could see happening.
Yeah, but
he did say that he did listen.
Me and Jez both know there are people at Xbox that do listen to the show. For sure.
Maybe not that high up.
Oh well, I mean, I know Phil listened. I know Ybarra listened when he was there. But yeah. Let's see what else we got. We have Scarcely Relevant. Rand, fantastic to have you back, sir. Your voice has been missing this last few weeks. Jez has been a gem holding down the show solo, but the Xbox 2 works best with you both. So just one question.
Great.
For all the back and forth about what will change, if things will remain the same, you cannot change the outcome without changing the process. So with even the changes since Asa took the role, knowledge that Matt Booty has believed in exclusive new hires who are built around resurfacing technology, branding, marketing, engagement, Is it just fatigue that stops fans from believing that things can change? Well, I think Jez would tell
Mm.
you it's Satya. He just doesn't. It's
I mean, I am kind of notoriously negative, but it's also like Microsoft has under Satya, Microsoft has a proven track record for disappointment. I mean, they just announced the new Surface devices, for example, and the last time they announced Surface devices, they clowned on Apple for having 8 GB of RAM in their latest MacBooks. Now Surface has done the same thing. Now that Surfaces have 8 GB of RAM, and they're trying to whitewash the fact they clowned on Apple over 16 GB of RAM previously. And yeah, Microsoft couldn't have predicted like the memory crisis or whatever. But it's also, these Surface devices are monstrously expensive because they're so low volume, because Satya hates hardware. Like when they're sort of like trying to build a consumer device, a consumer ecosystem, and just sort of half-arsing it, which is what Satya tends to do, is half-arse things. You end up in situations where you price yourself out of the market, and that's what's happened to Surface, and that's what could end up happening to Xbox. So I think the best way of doing it for me is healthy skepticism. Healthy skepticism. Don't trust Satya or the C-suite or the board of directors, really, because at the end of the day, even Satya answers to the board of directors, and all the board of directors care about is the share price. So like, I'm attacking Satya here, but really it's like, it's the board and activist shareholders, all that kind of shit. It's like the whole apparatus, which they all have to sort of weave through. So I don't know. Healthy skepticism is the best policy, I think. But blind optimism is just as destructive. Hold them to account, and I don't know. Gaming's meant to be fun, so let's see where it goes.
yeah. So, good old Collinwood says, hello, Rand and Jez. 2 questions this week. Well, my first question is for Rand, as Jez answered it with the recent Xbox 2 with Miles. Rand, with 007 First Light not far away, what's your favorite James Bond story? Be it book, movie, or game? I've never read any of the books. I mean, I've always kind of been partial to GoldenEye, maybe because that's the first James Bond movie I remember watching. I really do like Pierce Brosnan. But, like, taken as a whole, I really liked Daniel Craig's overarching story as James Bond. So I'd probably go with the Daniel Craig stuff. Like, I think Casino Royale is probably the best Bond movie I've ever seen. And I haven't seen all of them. I haven't really seen like a lot of the older ones. So if you're like a James Bond fanatic, don't come at me like, what? How could you say Casino Royale? It's like, bro, I haven't seen all of them. So I don't know. James Bond game. I think I've only played a couple of them, but I don't really remember the names. So very forgettable. Second question.
Played GoldenEye.
Yeah, I played GoldenEye, and that's obviously was a transformative game back on the 64. But I've played other ones too. I just don't remember them. Second question.
I didn't even know there were other ones.
Japanese game developers put out demos of their games, many of them hours long, and can even allow save games to be compatible with the main game when it's released. Should Western developers release demos the same way as their Japanese counterparts? Yeah, you do notice that, like, you'll see demos for Japanese games and not Western games. It must be just a philosophy thing. Maybe the Eastern devs think a demo will help sell the game to people who are on the fence. Well, I think the Western devs think it basically
stop people buying it.
Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe there's like a difference in that sort of philosophy, like giving it away for free.
There's definitely been scenarios where a bad demo has hurt a game in the past. I think I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure we've discussed some on the podcast where a game demo was either unoptimized or a bad section of the game, and it actually harmed the game's visibility, I think. Which is why I suppose it's kind of cool that these games, the games that they're talking about, is they let you actually play the actual game, and then you can upgrade to the full experience later on, I suppose. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't hate the idea. I would like to see it more myself. Will it happen? I don't know.
I've never been a demo guy anyways, so. Silas says, welcome back, mates. 1, I was wondering what expectations publishers have when they give out pre-release codes to content creators. Do they want you to post on social media, make a video review? If you don't do what they want, can you be removed from their list? Usually there's, I don't want to say there's no expectations, but I think there clearly are expectations. I guess maybe it sort of depends. Like, if you ask for a code, I think the onus is that you'll create content for it somehow, whether it's through streaming it or a podcast or a video or something. But I guess it I guess it really depends, because people will just get codes, like, oh, here's this code. And if usually, like, for me, the way I view it, if you just send me a code, I'm under no obligation to do anything if I don't want to. I didn't ask for it, you know? But I mean,
Yeah, I think sometimes it's a courtesy thing. Like if I ask for a code, then I am going to create content. If they just send me a code out of the blue, I don't feel like obliged to create content. But I think it's different for press and YouTubers. I think there is like a bigger expectation. If you are a YouTuber, there probably is like there is some expectation that you will deliver some kind of content. Maybe it's different for us because we're podcasters mainly, but I do think, like, for press, I don't think they expect necessarily a review.
and
I've
I
never
and
been in a scenario where I've been like chased for a game review.
and I never had anybody.
Hardware review, yeah.
I've never had anybody say, "This is what we want." It's like, here's a code. Hope you enjoy it. Here's the embargo notes. It's never like you have to make a video and you have to do this and you have to do that. It's just like, if you do post something on social, make sure to mention, this, that you were gifted by Xbox or something, or make sure to disclose to the FTC guidelines and stuff like that. Where they're trying to like cover their asses, but I've never had a situation where it was like, you have to do this. The times I've had situations where somebody told me I have to do something is like when you have a sponsorship deal and money's exchanging hands, and it's like, we're paying you for like this sort of thing and you have to do this with these sort of things around it. But for reviews, I've never had anybody say anything about you have to do anything. Now, like, you may not do anything and they may notice that you didn't do anything, and then they may not send you anything for their next game. I mean, you're not entitled to receive everything for free early, so they may see that you didn't do anything. It was like, oh well, maybe he didn't care for that game, so he didn't do anything. And then you send them another game, and then they don't do anything. And maybe you don't do anything for a lot of games, and they'll be like, oh, actually, we're just gonna cut him. He clearly doesn't like our games. He's not gonna do anything, so we'll just give our code to somebody who, will actually make content on it or whatever. But yeah. I've never gotten an email from anybody being like, you have to make a video and you have to post about this. It's just like,
Yeah.
2, what is your favorite dungeon or dungeon type level in both single player and multiplayer games? Huh. Dungeon or dungeon type level. I honestly can't think of any.
Oh, I can. The Deep Roads from Dragon Age Origins. I absolutely love that section.
Yeah.
Like it really gave me Heart of Darkness vibes. Like the deeper you go, the more fucked up it gets, and then at the end, it's just like full blown Lovecraftian. What the fuck? I love the Deep Roads in Dragon Age 1. I don't think I've ever had an experience in a game before or since that was as cool as that to me. Well, I remember discourse at the time. People were saying it was tedious because it was so long, but I was just like, nah, that's what I want. I want this feeling that I can get lost in this fucking place, and I really think the Deep Roads offered that. But also, a big famous one, I suppose, a lot of people might say is Blackrock Depths in World of Warcraft.
So
this is like
play these. So
this is one of the yeah, but it's kind of interesting because, like this year, Blizzard said they're going to add this new dungeon type called Labyrinths. And like in recent years, a lot of the way they've designed dungeons is to make them feel like a race, because there's a timer you have to beat. and if you beat the timer, you get more loot. Like, it tests the skill, right? So the modern dungeons be designed more like a race, but back in the day, the dungeons were like fucking maze. Like Blackrock Depths, the OG Blackrock Depths, probably the best dungeon design I've ever seen in a game. It's like, it's huge, it's sprawling, so many paths, winding paths, hidden areas, and so much kind of stuff. It's fantastic. But and also I'll say, like, maybe the entirety of Dark Souls 1 just feels like one huge connected dungeon. Oh, there's so many. I love dungeons in games, man. I love dungeons. Dungeons are the best.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't think of any. So
Rand just doesn't like dungeons.
I guess I don't. We got Rave Daimless says, Ayo, Jez, if you could have Rand read any book and you knew with absolute certainty that magically he was going to enjoy it, love it even. Topic doesn't matter. You could pick a book about mayonnaise and he'd come out the other side a diehard mayo evangelical. The only rule, Jez, evangelical. The only rule, Jez, it's going to make him generally love it. What book or type of book would you pick? Rand, this is all happening without your knowledge. You'll never find out about the magical book of your subsequent fandom. Sorry, not sorry. Happy Friday. God, it'd be World of Warcraft related, because Jez would want me to like love that and then actually want me to play the game. He would consider that like a personal victory.
Yeah. He actually submitted this question before, and I did answer it on Xbox 2+1.
Okay.
So I guess he missed the answer, but I did say exactly what you said. I would force you to read World of Warcraft lore books.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd accidentally get into World of Warcraft.
Yeah, so and then we could play together. You know, me and Jez only played one game together for like 2 matches. And I think it was Battlefield. Was it Battlefield 5 or Battlefield 1? Let's say it was Battlefield 5, right?
I think. Might be.
That's the only game. That's the only game me and Jez have played. We're on at different times. Chris
we often are on at different times, and we like different games.
That is true. You like games like Diablo 4, where you just click. You're like, oh my god, this is so amazing. Oh, the lore, the cutscenes. Oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever.
You should play Diablo 4, man.
I have played
You should play Diablo 4. Just the DLC, just for the story. The story is amazing.
Chris M says, evening guys. Nice to have you both back again. Question 1. In your opinion, has Game Pass really helped what could be viewed as the rise of roguelike games? Going back to when Slay the Spire and Hades were on there, to the newer stuff like Vampire games and the Ball X Pit demos are great, but they don't really allow you to fall into the rabbit hole of losing hours at a time to a good roguelike the way being able to play them on Game Pass does, opening the genre up for far more people. I mean, it can't hurt. I wouldn't necessarily say like it's like a primary reason why there's been a rise of those.
I think Steam. I think a lot of people would say Steam is the reason.
Yeah.
But I do think like I think Game Pass deserves more of a. I think Game Pass does deserve more of a shout out from the industry for the way it helps indies offset some of their risk and offset some of their costs. Like Phil always talked about it in the context of a content fund, and part of me's like, if they did reduce AAA games from Game Pass, maybe its future is to be like more of an indie focused thing. I don't know, but Palworld absolutely blew the fuck up, and that was on Game Pass. Think about that a lot.
That is true. Palworld did blow up. It was like one of the highest, even on PC. It was like crazy what that game was doing. Question 2. Given how everyone is trying to tap into whatever new markets they can for future gamers, are the companies making an error by not catering more to female players in the same kind of fashion they do male players? Stellar Blade, for example, because if you look at the revenue of gacha games from last year, and I know it's not a one-to-one comparison, but the fact is, the highest grossing gacha game by far was Love and Deep Space. Wuthering Waves made roughly $252 million in 2025. By comparison, Love and Deep Space made $711 million, and it very much caters to the female Gooner audience. Perhaps someone should make a Stellar Blade, but the scantily clad character would be a dude, and it be for the ladies. If nothing else, the fallout on Twitter would be absolutely amazing. Hope you guys have a great weekend and enjoy the long one, Rand. I've thought about that as well. What?
Resident Evil 9 kind of went for that a little
I've
bit
seen, I've seen, I've
with
seen, I've
Leon.
seen some chicks gooning for Leon. You know, I mean,
Nice.
I guess it really depends. Like sometimes you just make games that you yourself want to play, and maybe that demographic of people in there aren't making that type of game because I don't know. But yeah, you figure there definitely would be like a market for that. And if that's true about, I've never even heard of Lub in Deep Space. Never even heard of it. First time I've ever seen it mentioned.
We've talked about
Uh,
it on the show before.
then I must
It's
have been
what it
zoned
is.
out because I have no clue what it is.
Well, look, it's Love and Deep Space is like my cousin likes it.
Are they a
It's like
girl or a guy?
yes, it's a girl.
Okay.
It's sort of like it's a mobile game. You play it vertically, and it's like Heavy Rain. What do you call those kind of games? Where it's just cutscenes, really, interactive
Yeah,
cutscenes.
like a Walking Dead type game. What are
Yeah,
they
so
called?
it's just
Yeah, I know what they're called.
point
Yeah, go
click
ahead.
adventure games, I
Yeah.
suppose. But it's a point click adventure game with hot Korean dudes. Kind of is what kind of it comes across like demon guys, and it's just like fan service, the game, and it's like Unreal Engine. I think it uses Unreal Engine's like meta human character creator kind of thing. And you just sort of like you sort of gacha roll to get the Guna scenes, right? A lot of people just watch it on YouTube. And you go on YouTube and you see like people will upload the scenes and they've got like millions of views. So that's kind of that kind of universe. But I do wonder like a Western devs is one of the reasons why the game's so big is because Western devs don't have the balls, figuratively, to make that kind of game. Like, do they feel? Does it make them feel icky? You know, I don't know. But there's a lot of money to be made there, I think.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's always money to be made there, so we'll see. I mean, probably, maybe there should be people making more of that stuff, but does that stuff exist on consoles? That seems more like mobile stuff, maybe PC stuff, really.
Yeah, maybe.
Logan Meyer says, "Hey guys, hope all's well. Welcome back, Rand. Two questions: what should new Xbox leadership do about Halo management? Series is woefully mishandled. I mean, they got rid of
Agreed.
Bonnie, and basically almost all of the leadership from Halo Infinite is gone. So I don't know about the new leadership. It definitely seems like there's problems with that too. If you listen to like some of those like ex-employee remarks,
Mm.
I, I guess find the right people for the positions. At least Asha, like at least Asha doesn't have any existing relationships with people at 343 because like Phil was in charge and like Bonnie Ross was one of his like good friends. So there could be like maybe you're just too close to
Close
that
to the
person or
situation.
the situation where you can objectively kind of view it and do what needs to be done type thing where like Asha's from the outside, right? And she can just kind of come in there and look like what works and what doesn't work and what do we need to do? Why isn't this thing working right? Oh, like you're not really a good leader and you don't have those relationships with the person to be like, actually, guess what? You're fired, right? So we'll see. We'll see how. Do you think a lot's riding on Halo Remake? Like, do you think a lot's riding on it being like well received and like selling good?
I honestly don't know. It's
Or
tough.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I think like maybe there isn't a lot riding on. I mean, it is just a remake of the first game, and it's like, is there really like one? Is there even a lot of interest in it? Period. I don't even really know. Uh,
Mm.
and if there's not, is that a cause for concern for whoever's like running the marketing and stuff? Where it's like, well, if there's not a lot of, this is a remake of Halo 1 and its first, it's like, are we? I guess we'll see what the showcase brings. Because like Halo hasn't been at the showcase in I don't know how long. So this, I would imagine this is the first time it's going to be there in quite some bit, and we'll see how that's received and whenever the game comes out. But yeah, we'll see what Asha does with that. 2, any idea of acquisitions front? Been a long time since we as a community have even considered the idea of more. Cheers, dudes. I know they've mentioned acquisitions, like if they consider acquisitions in an inorganic way, but I don't expect any. I still don't expect any.
I do expect some.
Like in what manner? Like
But
acquisitions along the lines
there
of.
will be. I think there'll be. I think we could potentially see a non-gaming acquisition.
Oh, okay. Well, non-gaming acquisition. Okay.
Something Discordy.
Yeah,
like
but I
that.
mean, we're talking about people sure, but I think Logan's more talking about like gaming acquisitions of like studios who make games, not hey, we bought Discord. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think we'll see game studio acquisitions personally. I mean, maybe there's like a vague chance we could see some of the support studios they work a lot with get acquired, especially in Eastern Europe and well, Europe in general. Like I could see Double 11 getting acquired, for example. Double 11 works on Minecraft. They're building Minecraft dungeons. They do a lot of port work, and they're a fantastic studio, unsung heroes of the porting universe. So like maybe they could acquire someone like that. Um, but I even think that's kind of unlikely. The way I see Xbox's acquisition strategy moving forward is a platform oriented, personally.
Right.
But we'll see.
We have Guess Who says, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing well. I know between Justice Paul and X and the player's voice and Xbox, exclusives have become the hot topic once again. What is the detriment to Game Pass if Xbox goes black to exclusives? I also interpret exclusives to just mean not on Nintendo and PlayStation. That's what I kind of mean. Like, to me, when people talk about exclusives, I think they just mean it's not on PlayStation, honestly. Because
The thing is, like, I increasingly think, and I know you said no tangents, but like, I think about the threat from Steam a lot.
Sure, no,
Yeah.
like,
Steam's building a
absolutely.
closed ecosystem.
Absolutely. But is it more realistic? I think it's more realistic they could drop PlayStation than they ever would consider dropping Steam.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
Without a
now,
doubt.
I think Xbox and PC are just too intertwined together. And you could make an argument of like, hey, drop Steam and just release stuff on your store and just go
When
from
it's good
there.
enough.
But I think we've been down that road before. I'm not sure where that leads. And
Well, leading, I can't follow.
yeah, I don't know. And like personally, when people talk about they want exclusives back, I really think it just means not on PlayStation. I honestly think, to my, in my heart of hearts, that if the things were flipped and the games were just coming to Nintendo Switch 2 and Xbox and PC, people wouldn't care. People would not care if Fable was on the Switch 2, as long as it's not on PlayStation. I honestly believe that. Because I think people view the Nintendo Switch as something completely different. Or
Companion device.
Yeah, so as for like what's the detriment to Game Pass? Well, the detriment to Game Pass is like you're selling less copies of a game if you're not selling on other platforms. So there's revenue coming into the studios, especially if their budgets have been increased because of potential sales on other platforms. But I'm not really sure like what the detriment to Game Pass would be. They may just look at it like I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe you can have exclusives and Game Pass day one at the same time, and they have for 6 years. Or you can make the argument you had it for 6 years and it didn't matter. So maybe we need to go in a different direction. Not sure. Beto says, although it seems like we're not getting fresh hardware production or 25th anniversary Xbox this year, what's a design option choice you'd like to see for Helix? I'd like to see them do made-to-order special editions and a clear green one like the Backbone controller. Honestly, I've never really. I'm not like the biggest fan of special edition stuff, and with Helix probably being as low volume as you would think. I don't really think that means they're going to be able to do a lot of special editions, although you probably could do a special launch edition. I do think there'll be millions of people looking to buy Helix in the beginning. Which, remember, they did do that for Halo. Like, there was a custom Xbox Series X Halo edition, right? In 2021?
Yes.
It's for Halo. So maybe you could have custom Helixes for specific big franchises, but
I mean, in a perfect universe, they'll design Helix to be like modular to the point where you can customize bits of it yourself. Like that's kind of what Steam's going for with the Steam machine with the customizable faceplate.
Yeah.
They,
No,
they
you're
get
right.
it.
Xbox. Hey, Xbox Xbox had the faceplates in the 360. Didn't PlayStation have something with the little covers and stuff? That was for this gen, right? You can snap out the covers.
I think that's the play. Make it customizable, let users 3D print shit and do it that way. That's the play, I think, rather than special edition. But we'll see what happens with that.
No, I like your idea. I like your idea. Sharky says, Jez, on your video about the Xbox Ally, I saw you had some textured thumbsticks. Would you recommend? Send a link if they're any good.
I will. I literally just looked on Amazon and bought the one that looked cool. I will try and find exactly which one it was. But I don't know off the top of my head what it was. They were really just generic, no brand thumbsticks. I just literally searched for Xbox thumbstick caps. But yeah, I bought like red ones because it matched the LED lights that I always have. I always have red RGBs when I've got RGB stuff. So yeah, I'll try and find it for you. Well, send me a DM. Send me a DM on Discord or Twitter, and I'll try and get it.
And it says, Rand, I feel free, mate, and hope you're coping okay. I'm doing good. Matthew Ball seems like he is a Halo fan. What advice would you give him to revive that storied franchise? Whew. Shit. Give it to somebody else. I don't know. I don't know what advice.
What franchise?
Halo. Like, what advice would I give Matthew Ball on how to revive it? Like,
in my mind, it's got to go to id, man.
I mean,
gotta go to id.
That would be cool, but I also think that's kind of unrealistic to a certain extent. You know what I mean?
I don't think it is.
Well, that means like, if you do that, that means that you don't trust them. So you might as well just shut them down. If you're just taking Halo and giving it to somebody else, it's like, well, what do we even? Man. You're Halo Studios, and you're not doing Halo, like, so that's basically the end of the studio.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what advice.
Well, how about this? How about this? You absorb Halo Studios into its software because evidently Halo Studios, for whatever reason, has really struggled to deliver here. So maybe you absorb Halo Studios into its software. The funny thing is, like,
they did deliver with Halo Infinite, though. They just couldn't deliver a live service that people wanted, and it's like the launch was great. You look on Metacritic, it's an 88. People really like that. I mean, I remember the Return of the King, and it just fizzled out because they had no content. You know, in this world of live service, you need content all the time.
Yeah, and maybe you're right.
It's like you got to find the right direction. Maybe you got to be a leader in the multiplayer space instead of a follower. You know, because there's talk of like an extraction mode. I'm telling you, like, I don't think extraction works for Halo. Like, you chart your own path. I don't know. I would say like maybe get rid of the contractor situation that you run that studio on, but I don't know if that's a thing that could ever be done. Maybe get rid of the boys club that works there. You know, because people talk about that as well. I don't know. It's tough to say. You know what to do. I mean, I'm sure you people, YouTubers out there, be like, "Well, they need to do this for single player and all that sort of stuff." And it's like, is the grand scheme of things, does the single player even really matter? Like, the single player was great and Infinite, and it wasn't that which caused it to decline. It was the fact that it had no multiplayer content, and it just kept on dwindling and dwindling. So I don't know. They got their work cut out for him. Definitely.
They do. I wouldn't have a clue how to fix that shit.
Yeah. John's. Well, you know what? Maybe given the budget from Gears, like take the Gears budget and give it to them to hire more people.
What, the one studio that actually delivers value for Xbox Game Studios?
Gears?
I don't think so.
You mean
Oh,
Playground?
Well, Forza don't count. Forza don't count.
Oh, okay. John says, "Hi, Rand Jez. Firstly, great to have you back, Rand. You were missed. Xbox has a lot of positive energy at the moment, which is great. One, both. What are your opinions of the new Xbox hires? Do you think their hire signals a change in direction or priority? I thought Matthew Ball hire was very interesting because I've read a lot about him, and it definitely seems like he's a smart cookie. So it's definitely a hire that I don't think previous Xbox management would make, personally. Which
I don't know. Phil's a big fan of Matt Ball,
but he didn't hire him.
No,
and he probably could have if he wanted to. So
you think?
I think so. He's the CEO. Why couldn't he? If he couldn't. You don't think he could have hired him if he really wanted to?
I mean, he was operating under the 30 by 30 margin.
So I don't know. So I mean, I think he's a good hire. I don't really know much about everybody else. How much of this refocus on Xbox has been helped by the AI bubble starting to burst for Microsoft?
That's a good question. So I suppose like it is kind of interesting watching the collapse of Microsoft's AI fortunes in real time. Like OpenAI is now behind Anthropic. I think Anthropic passed them not only in users but also in revenue and profits. And by all accounts, Sam Altman is a sociopath, and nobody at Microsoft wants to work with him anyway. And he's kind of sabotaged the relationships there. So it does sound as though Microsoft's going to have to pivot away from AI probably quite soon for anything other than GitHub programming, and which seems to be where the value is anyway. I mean, apparently. I mean, there's this whole thing now with code slop. A lot of companies are coming out like having to go at their employees for using too much AI because the code they're putting, the code they're committing to stuff is breaking things. I think you linked me something the other day, like where
Starbucks or whatever.
Yeah, Starbucks was like, "Oh, we're retiring this AI tool because it's fucking
makes
trash.
too many mistakes."
Makes too many mistakes. So there is this pullback, I think. So maybe it is a fact that, I want to believe that it is, because at the end of the day, and if none of this works out, you're kind of going to need Xbox. You're kind of going to need Windows, And it's not just Xbox getting this treatment right now. It's Windows. Like Windows has got its whole K2 initiative, which is like a similar kind of thing to what Xbox is experiencing right now, where Microsoft's like, oh, actually, we remember this exists and we actually want to, work on it, So I don't know. Interesting to see them flounder like this, but will it all be too little too late? Stay tuned to find out.
James Weisel says, "Love you guys and welcome back, Ryan. I think there's a few things Xbox could do this showcase season to really show Oshimi's business with the brand U-turn. The first indicator is whether Halo turns up next week at the State of Play. I don't think it will, personally.
Definitely won't.
Second is if there are any platform logos on the Xbox showcase. What else do you guys think they could do to show they mean business?"
I don't think we'll see platform logos, for one thing. I think that's gonna be nixed. Probably it's low hanging fruit.
I mean, it is low hanging fruit, but it is something that needs to be done.
Yeah, I also think like if it was me, I'd go balls to the wall and just pull Halo from PlayStation.
I mean,
and just be like, the previous administration made a mistake, and Halo's Master Chief's iconic to Xbox, and we want to keep it.
We apologize to fans on other platforms, but we're doing this for the best of our business and our fans. And Halo, Gears, and Forza and Fable will no longer be coming to PlayStation, right?
Well, I don't think Forza's going to fit into that.
Well, I'm just saying,
way too much money.
Sure, but
at least Halo should never be on PlayStation.
Yeah,
it's just it's
I mean, that would
how
mean.
much
I'm
brand
just saying,
equity.
like that would.
You are
You said,
sacrificing so much brand equity for this.
yeah, but he said, what would you do to me to show the business? I mean, you said that.
Yeah.
You be that. That's yeah. I mean, I don't expect that to happen at all. But
I don't expect it to happen either.
it would be. It definitely would be like an oh shit moment for sure, right? And I would love to see how. Like, imagine a scenario where they did do that, where they pulled it. Because could you imagine the articles written by certain outlets?
Yeah.
The
Fuck
headlines,
'em.
like it'd be. I almost sort of want it to happen just for the headlines and just the
drama.
Yeah, it would be amazing. I'd like
There would
that.
be some drama.
Pat Rock says, could Project Latitude have been a Trojan horse to show PlayStation fans Xbox's franchises they otherwise would not have played and entice them to get an Xbox if those sequels were to be exclusive? No. No,
No,
too
it wasn't.
much conspiracy theory.
I do think it could potentially function that way in the future. I mean, if you end up enjoying Halo campaign revived or evolved or whatever they're calling it, maybe you're more willing to check out Halo on Xbox as a companion device. Maybe if the Xbox handheld ever comes out, maybe you buy that to play Halo with, or play it on the Xbox PC or Xbox Cloud or some other thing. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens with all that shit. But that definitely wasn't the conspiracy. They were just being dumb. Well, greedy, I suppose the word is.
Pat Rock also says, with Square and Xbox seemingly playing more than just nice together, Jez, can you now tell us what the bad blood from before stemmed from? I don't know if you want to say that. Might have to wait a couple years for that.
Yeah, okay, I'll wait a couple of years for that. Like when Rand tells me not to say something, like I know
I'm just looking out for you, man.
Business.
Don't you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep that one to myself for now. But it's pretty obvious if you think about it.
Goggles Lens says, "Hey guys, question 1. I saw your exquisitely article, Jazz, and I have thoughts. For me, I think that Xbox can walk back putting games on PlayStation, but the main question is that what about Steam? Steam seems to be in a strange place of not being Xbox's enemy like PlayStation, but also the fact that Steam exists means that people will not use the Xbox PC app. I think that Steam is nicer to Xbox, but that is more Xbox the publisher than anything else. The only way I think Xbox could take games off of Steam by having the Xbox PC app be a companion to Steam, as in all you need to do is install the game, then have the link in your Steam library that runs the Xbox app in the background. But I don't know how many Steam users would be up for that. Epic gives games away for free and people still don't use it. I think the Steam exclusivity is way more of a bigger question than for PlayStation.
Well, I don't know if Steam does play as nicely with Xbox as you think. Like I say, like they've made the Steam controller doesn't work with Xbox stuff, and that's kind of like that's the antithesis of having an open platform. That for me is absolutely exactly a hint about the way Valve seeing the Steam machine. The Valve sees the Steam machine as a closed ecosystem, and that will compete directly with traditional platforms. And I say, good. We need more competition in the space, especially one that isn't publicly traded, that will actually like force these other companies to actually, capitulate quality in a universe where they've nickeled and dimed for so long. However, that also means that I think Xbox needs to stop playing nice with them, because now they're behaving more like an actual genuine competitor. And I think it'd be absolutely insane for Microsoft to keep supporting their competitors' platforms the way they have been. We won't see Half-Life 3 on Xbox. So why should Microsoft do all the same stuff? What it should be is an incentive for Microsoft to improve Xbox PC as soon as possible, because time's running out. I think time will run out for them to actually like be able to offer an alternative that people will actually want to try and use. But I don't know.
And question 2. I think PlayStation has been too comfortable at the top. The same company that released the worst performing game possibly ever, Concord, would not still have been making Fair Games if it thought it had to worry about most things. With Destiny 2 no longer being supported is noteworthy. I think if Sony did not buy Bungie, then they would not be around today. I still think that Sony panics buying Bungie did far worse for Sony from the ABK deal than Microsoft owning ABK. What do you guys think? Well, I mean, there's a good chance that Bungie's going to get shut down well before anything from ABK. So, like, yeah, I think Sony buying Bungie was for that price. We even said it then. Too much for Bungie. $3.6 billion, absolutely too much. Bungie fleeced you, and the fact that maybe a few years later, like, they might get shut down, like, yeah, clearly.
I think part of me wonders if this is why Jim Ryan got ousted, to be honest, because that was his thing, wasn't it?
I think it was him and Herman Hulse's thing, but yeah,
they completely misread the market. I think ABK made them panic, and they ended up panic buying Bungie at a premium that made no sense.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. Enzi says, "Hey, guys, hear anything about E-Day? Great podcast." I mean, I haven't heard anything particular about it.
I haven't heard anything either. Like, that studio is like ironclad, man. Ironclad studio. So I will be with the rest of everyone
Looking
else
forward to seeing the Gears
looking forward to it, yeah.
the E-Day Direct in a couple weeks. That should be a lot of fun.
It'll be fun. Yeah.
Saucy Millard says, "What's up, gents? Xbox console names last 2 gens have sucked. My ideas for the next console are Xbox, all caps, Renegade, 720, or Helix. Thoughts or other ideas?" I really think you could just name an Xbox and get away with it. Just Xbox. You could name it Xbox 6.
In all caps.
Yeah, call it Xbox 6. Just have it the same as PlayStation 6 and get on the same timeline, because who cares? You can skip 5. I mean,
yeah,
Xbox...
they did that with Windows 9.
Yeah,
Windows 9 doesn't exist.
I do think Xbox Helix is a good name if you wanted to keep the Project Helix thing. Xbox Helix is I think a good name as well. Who knows what they're gonna do with their naming conventions? Maybe Asha can help, but honestly, just call it Xbox 6 and be done with it, and just get on a nice naming tangent, you know.
Maybe it'd be called Xbox Copilot.
Xbox Copilot 365. Yep. Anyways, we gotta get going. I got something I need to do. Jez is tired because it's late. But I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us.
Oh my god. It's
what?
2 a.m.
I know, it's time to go.
Oh my god, it's 2 a.m.
It's time to go.
My girlfriend asleep. Yeah, my girlfriend's asleep.
Yeah.
Holy shit, my girlfriend's asleep. Oh man, I bet she's mad at me.
I bet she's mad at you too. So we need to go. We thank everybody for hanging out with us. It was a blast being back here with Jez and the Xbox 2 community. It's
Hell yeah.
2 weeks off was too long. But we'll be back next week. Hopefully. Knock on wood. Got a couple weeks until the showcase. And then I don't know how we're gonna do the showcase because I don't know when you get back. So when do you get back?
I get back on. Well, I'll be out Friday. I'll be back on Monday.
Okay.
But I will be taking a microphone, so we could potentially do something while I'm there.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
But until then, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Check out our sponsor, surfshark.com/XB2, 86% off 2-year deal, and patreon.com/XB2.
At a new low price.
Yes, new low prices. And we'll be back next week. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. And I'm about to lose everything in the Lose Everything Factory and Marathon. So, take care and keep it gaming. Later.
Roll, baby.